Oh boy, here we go. All right, welcome back to Monsters and Madness. We are here again. We are in our 39th session with Bastion's Watch, and we are here on the continent of Taldore in the city of Fellowship here in Iman. And we are working with the League of Miracles here with Bastion's Watch, trying to make some allies and help fortify Hope's Bastion back at home. Before we get into the full recap, a little bit of housekeeping at the top of the stream. We use music from a couple different places. One of those places is filmmusic.io. Any of the songs that we play from filmmusic.io has information down in the panels for each of the songs. You can follow the link there to check out the music for yourself, license it if you'd like, and see other music they have. We also use music from the folks over at Critical Role. They allow streamers like us to use Welcome to Taldorian and Welcome to Wildmount in D&D streams. And it's great music, so we use it. Because it's fantastic. So we use that music as well. The information for those albums is also down in the panels. You can check it out down there. But that does bring us back to today and to Amon. And I don't usually change the vibe for the recap, but I think given what has kind of been going on lately, I think I am actually going to change the vibe here for the recap. Because the previous session was one where after arriving in Amon, doing a little bit of shopping, and having gone to the Hall of Wonders, where the League of Miracles have their headquarters in Amon, learned a little bit about what was going on, and Ekamos in particular was pulled to go back to his home. Having come from Amon, specifically the Outwall, or what is called the Outwall now, Ekamos and Grim decided to head back and take a look, with Grim trying to keep a low profile while people that he knew from his past were around. But in going there, Ekamos and Grim ran into some very odd things, some very bloody things. And with them having been in a little bit of danger, the rest of the party quickly headed that way. And in an attempt to get Ekamos and Grim as well, Breck was the only one to actually make it there to Ekamos' old house. But with the help of another magic user, they were able to get to a different location, with the party doing a little bit of a run back through town over to the market district where Ekamos had seen an odd shop earlier in the day. The party entered in to find some very obvious agents of whatever force it was that had to do with Ekamos' past. And with some clever magic from Milo and Silcine, both Ekamos and Grim were rescued from this other location. Although Ekamos needed a little bit of help gaining back his own control. You guys headed out very, 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 I don't want to say aggressively, but very forcefully. I think Varric broke somebody's nose, pushing him down to get them out of the way. But you guys headed back to the Hall of Wonders, where you met up with a couple people. One from Grimm's the one from Grimm's Past and Honor, covered in blood. Had a couple meetings, and with Ekamos back under his own control, that is where we're going to pick up in a conversation with Honor, where Grim had explained his history with the organization, the Promise of the Might, and after speaking just a little bit about Ekamos' predicament, Honor made the offer that if you wanted to compete in the Party of Parties with her as your sponsoring Spellwright, that you could let her know everything you know about Vesh the Bloody Siren. So that's where we're going to pick up today. We're going to be back around the table with Breck, Grim, and Milo. Breck, Grim, Milo, and Varric. Grim is going to kind of stand up, mutter some words under his breath about finding evidence of the promise and being back. Before anybody can stop him, he rushes out quickly, and you hear him talking about going to find Morgana and Mumblefoot. So, here we go. We have Varric, Breck, and Milo left at the table. Alivor and Ekamos, I had kind of told you guys about what you're doing right now. Alivor, you're kind of back near your rooms. Ekamos, you're in your room. So it'll be up to you guys how you want to hop in, but we'll leave it to Breck, Varric, and Milo for continuing the rest of this conversation for now.
And there he goes.
Anybody have what Grim said before he ran out?
He just mumbled something to himself. I didn't even. Seems very focused.
Oh. Doesn't sound very safe with that guy running around.
Yeah. We just saw, or I guess he just saw him 2 minutes ago. And he's taken off again. I hope.
Shitty shit.
So, Honor, do you have anybody that you're sponsoring for this party of parties?
I don't currently, and I have a vested interest in learning about powerful blood magic and what is happening here in Iman. I have been tracking down some things myself, and I'm very interested to learn if they're connected.
I think we're probably just as interested. And if you would like, I think, and he kind of nervously looks over at the others. If you'd like, I think we might be able to help each other out.
Perhaps it would be best to hear your information first before I make any agreements. But I am very interested.
Milo's going to look at Varric.
Sorry, I was being accosted by my car. He just rolled in at 20. So just for some clarification, we left off basically telling her everything that we knew, or I told her what happened last time, and that's kind of where we cut off.
Right, what had happened, a little bit about what had happened, not the extent of everything that had been going on with Ekamos and Vesh, though. Just a little bit about what's going on.
Vesh. Okay. And what did you just say, Milo?
Oh, I was just saying that we could probably help each other out, but as far as going into the details, I'm not sure what, how much we would. He leans over. How much we want to share?
Oh, definitely not everything, but.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm deliberating to you.
Instead of last little run-in,
I'm not entirely sure if I fully understand what happened back there.
I mean, Breck, you saw it too.
Yeah, man, that was a lot of blood. A lot of blood. Blood everywhere.
Question for the DM. Did we get eyes on Vesh?
You didn't. The paladins with their divine sense did. Large. I put the image in Discord, so what they saw is kind of in there. But I believe I said it was about maybe 10 to 12 feet tall, so definitely a larger form, and invisible to the naked eye. And as Breck is saying, a lot of blood. I mean, yeah, you guys still have it all over you. You have blood all over you still.
I'm gonna start to prestidigitation that off of me.
Okay.
Just slowly and concerned.
If you could give me some of that, that'd be pretty dope too.
Yeah, I think that's probably I'm gonna start cleaning everybody up. While they're talking to Honor, I'm just gonna be vacuuming off of their armor. You're gonna have to lift your arm.
That's all I would tell. It's just kind of that run-in we had.
Okay.
Kind of see where the conversation goes from there.
Okay. She'll just kind of look expectantly and kind of say, if you all are more involved, it would be very helpful to know in what ways. I don't think it's very likely that you all just stumbled onto that. Is that an accurate assessment?
Sure.
That would be somewhat accurate, but there's
Exactly, yeah.
it's not technically our place to say anything about that connection, if that makes sense, if that's understandable. It's of the personal nature of nobody here present.
Well then, I know your friend had quite a state of shock about him, but if he is able to gather himself, perhaps it is time to bring him in.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Shall we run off and go grab him? Actually, should we just maybe retreat to their chambers?
This is a magically protected chamber. I'd prefer to have the conversation here.
Understood.
Let's go retrieve our friend then.
So easy enough. The three of you guys head out. You go to Ekimos' room. You know what? And rather than saying, Ekimos, what is the state that they find you in when they get there?
Well, the door's closed, but unlocked, and obviously, if they go inside, just kind of standing there, like staring off, just figuring what the fuck just happened. And yeah, it's like kind of like a gloss look over his face.
Ekimos, how you doing, buddy? You feeling any better? I don't think he's feeling any better, guys. I'm gonna like fully push through the door into the room. Oof. Walk up to him, like slowly step in front of his line of sight, like wave in front of him. Hey man, you good?
And then yeah, I'll come to. What all happened?
Oh shit, dude. And then I would just recount for everything that happened.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You don't have any memories of any of that, except for a brief moment when you were in the Red Void, coming to and talking to Grim and telling him to run. I would say Milo, Breck, and Varric, as the three of you walk in. Milo, because you're the one going up and getting in his eyesight or his eye line, you would notice that Ekimos's demeanor is rough, but his skin looks just slightly different, a little less pale, I suppose. Just a little more to it. Just just enough that you have to kind of look at him to you get a little suspicious for a second. Why is he different? Is there something else going on? But you do kind of notice that his skin looks a little less, withery and dead.
Ekimos, man, you look a little different, man. Not in a bad way though. Like it looks good. You look good. It's just kind of
Sure, I don't look as bad as I used to.
It's just your skin looks a little bit less gray and falling off.
Oh,
I don't know. You seem to be held together a little bit better.
Yes, that's good. Is there a mirror in the room or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look at him, face it, and then start touching my own face and realizing it's not as decayed and just like perplexed, but kind of happy at the same time.
That's a good thing, right?
I guess so. I mean, I guess that mask that Eric's sister gave me helped out, but I don't know where is it.
Do I remember what happened to the mask?
I probably would have. I mean, I think you guys pulled it off. I'll let you guys decide where it went after that in the moments where you were leaving from there.
I
Is
believe
it
it
in the
was
bag of
given-
holding?
Oh yeah, I think we did give it to you for the bag of holding.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
just
would assume.
automatically- I
Yeah,
automatically assume that it goes in the bag of holding.
that's kind of what I was assuming too. So I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah,
Yeah, so I'll produce the mask and hand it over to him.
it is
Oh,
still
man,
its
if it-
crimson red color.
Oh, it's it. Okay, that's not actually blood though, right?
No, but it
Yeah.
seems to have changed in its nature.
Here you go, man.
Yeah, I don't know though, because I mean, it's nice that it's obviously made me wearing it so long has turned me this way, but I don't know. I don't want to.
Should I maybe take
I
another
would
look
just-
at it?
Yeah, see if I don't know, because I mean, when we went to my house, like I feel like it activated something for that connection with Vesh, and I just don't want that to happen again and me like hurt anybody, you know?
Absolutely. No, I totally understand.
Can I hold it and try a little prayer to the Moonweaver?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
for it.
Go ahead and
Chucks it over
roll
to
roll a
him.
religion check while you're doing that.
Ekamos, we are currently in the middle of a conversation with Honor, and she actually might know some more about this. So if you're willing, you're probably going to have to divulge some stuff. If you're comfortable with that, we might be able to get a few answers.
Yeah, I mean, if it helps figure all that what happened with me and all that stuff, and try to get this thing probably like disconnected from me, that'd be great.
I feel like that's probably the best route to go. And then I think she's probably going to give us an opportunity to participate in the party of parties
Oh,
as well.
Nice.
So
yeah, for sure.
we
I'm
might
all
be able
about
to get a good ally here.
it. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Alvor, at this time, you having passed and seen and let Ekamos be, you hear the footsteps and voices of your friends talking to him as well.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna like just appear back
Yeah.
there, and I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna
Okay.
just whenever they turn around, I'm just there.
That was a 14, by the way.
14. Okay, perfect.
Where you been, Alvor?
Yeah, where, the bigger
The fuck?
question is where you been?
Yeah.
Look at you, holy hell!
I mean, I hope I look better. I don't know if I'm
No, you're
scarier or.
covered in blood. You're disgusting.
Oh, thanks.
Horrible. God,
Where'd
what'd
you go,
do?
though? Like, I feel like
dive in a
we
pool
came
of
here-
blood or something.
Yeah, I guess I went back to my house, man, to try to find some answers, and I guess I don't remember what happened until Breck picking me up. So I don't know what happened.
Haven't you ever read a book? You know those stories where it never ends well.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope it ends well for me.
It's not looking like it so far, but I mean, you're still alive.
Thanks.
Well, kind of, I guess.
Yeah, appreciate the reassurance. But again, where did you go, dude? Like, we needed you, man.
I don't know. I was wandering around. I didn't know shit popped off. All right.
Inside
everything was,
check.
everything was fine whenever I left. Everything was fine when I left. I didn't know.
Yeah, Milo, you can go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah. You want to go up against the deception?
Oh, yeah, you got
Oh,
this.
no.
ability.
Alvor,
you got it.
Alvor, give me a deception or persuasion,
Flat
whichever
roll, I
you
mean,
feel
He
is
doesn't
more
even need
appropriate.
to roll.
No, I got a nat 1.
Okay, so nobody's going. I got said deception or persuasion.
Yeah, whichever you feel would be
I
most
got-
appropriate.
A nat 20 for a total of
Oh,
33.
Jesus.
So I was close.
Almost got me.
Would I be able to join in that?
No, because you're doing a prayer currently.
Yeah. Okay.
But I will say with a 14 on the prayer, it's different for you when you're praying to the Moonweaver because you're used to feeling the warmth of Pelor, kind of as the presence, the divine presence of the god that you served. But for the Moonweaver, it's almost more of like just a calm, gentle like duality of a push and pull, like the tides of the moon that's there, and just in feeling that you kind of extend that out from your senses down into the mask, and it does feel like there is the divine power of Pelor that you recognize within the mask, but it almost seems muted, as if itself was covered in like a some kind of circular container, which the container itself at this point has become corrupted, and that the crimson color in it is probably a physical representation of the divine magical corruption.
So it's safe to say that, well, safe to assume that the power repeller that's in the mass has been corrupted by Vesh.
Mhm.
Okay.
With a
And
14, you're not sure how ingrained it is, but that
Mhm.
you get that it's corrupted. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pass that on to everybody.
Ah,
Yeah, I
wonder
figured
if
that
I
would
could-
happen.
I wonder if I might be able to dispel it.
I was gonna say,
You can try.
You can certainly try. Yeah.
It's definitely gonna have to wait because I am pooped, guys.
Yeah, pretty pooped myself.
Yeah, I guess we'll do it later then because we gotta go meet with.
Yeah, we gotta talk to Honor anyway.
Yeah, yeah,
She's just
that's
waiting
fine.
in that room.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
I
Everyone's
want to
cool
make a
with it.
good first impression, guys. You guys, are we ready? You guys want to head back?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. So the five of you head back into the room with Honor. She kind of, as you come in, she is writing. She has a quill and ink pot out and is writing something on a scroll with a book, kind of a spectral book, kind of floating in the air next to her as she looks back and forth from the scroll to the page, or excuse me, from the book to the scroll. And as you guys come in, she looks up, acknowledges you, gives you a nod, and kind of waves her hands at both of the items, and they disappear, kind of in a wavy smoke, wavy red smoke, as it is. And you guys come and sit down, and she says, "Well," crosses her hands and leans forward. "I'm ready to hear whatever it is you have to offer."
This is the part where you might have to give up some stuff, Ekamos. I think she's
Okay.
most interested in your story.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Ekamos. I'm part of this group. I guess I look like this because I've died, and crazy enough, I've come back to life and look obviously a little bit better than I used to look. But yeah, I used to live in Amman here and came back for answers and just trying to figure all that out. Some of my memories kind of jarred as far as what all had happened to me, but I have a feeling that this Vesh entity is attached to me somehow and is keeping me alive, but obviously tormenting me along as well.
And what brought you into a situation where guards and Amon citizens were killed by what seemed to be fairly powerful magic users?
As far as what I can remember, I was with Grim and we went back to my original house, and then from there I lost obviously what had happened. I guess I was disconnected from myself.
That is... It seems like there's quite a bit more. I feel some gaps in this story.
Yeah, I guess when I came to, before we came back to Amon, I remember seeing visions of this Vesh, this bloody siren, and telling me that she needs blood. And at first I was just listening to what she was saying, and then I realized that it was pretty bad stuff and stopped all, wouldn't say stop all communication, but definitely tried to not feed into that being, and trying to better myself. But yeah, I feel like she is pretty powerful and uses all this blood stuff, and I'm just not trying to do that, if that makes sense.
A few weeks ago, I felt a odd surge in some sort of magic that I don't believe many other mages felt. I've been seeking an old friend, a blood mage who I used to work with when I was younger, to see if they felt it as well, to find out if it was something related to blood magic. I'm not a follower of the divine, but I do take my power from the latent magic that is in the blood. And she pulls a little dagger with an ivory handle that almost matches the color of her skin. And she takes it and makes a cut on her hand, and then moves her hand and kind of like pulls the blood out of that hand and puts a form on it, almost like of herself, as like a little mini statuette on the table. It was an unfamiliar magic to me, but I was still able to sense it, which made me think it had something to do with one of the greater or lesser deities on this planet, or excuse me, on Exandria. Yesterday, I was following up on a surge that happened again. Just last week. And that is why I was late to meet you. You all show up and then come back and covered in blood. And it feels like you, standing here saying you are connected to Vesha Bloody Siren, must have some connection with these surges that I've been feeling as well. Is there any answers you can give me as to why the power of this being has grown? If you're connected to it and you're a follower of her, then she must be connected to it as well. She was already at the top of my list as a possible source, and I feel now it is all but confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, I used to work with a what's the word I'm looking for? I used to work with someone that worked with potions and alchemy. His name was Gorfine, and I have a good chance that he had sacrificed me along with Vesh being there, and maybe that's what's connected me with them. And maybe that's why that she's still lingering with me and trying to consume me to, feel her power and whatnot. So I have a feeling that that might be why.
Can you tell me about this sacrifice that he did? How did he sacrifice you? Do you have any details of what it was that made this connection?
From remembering bits of my memory, I was lying on a table being sacrificed and had these sigils like carved into my skin, and they were swirling around, and he was there, Vesh was there, and it just seemed like I was feeling their power. And right before I had became unconscious, he thanked me, but I was unwilling. I didn't know,
How long ago was this?
Oh, years ago. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe did it happen? I'm trying to remember, honestly. I was.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Can you tell me where this place is? This place that you went to where this all happened?
Yeah, it was my house in the
Can you
basement.
give her directions?
Yeah.
Truthful directions?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will go investigate, if I have your permission, and see what I can make of it, and if I can provide any answers myself.
Yeah, I would just let you know to be really careful because we got pretty messed up down there. So I don't know if they're still lingering there or what. I don't want to put you in harm's way or anything like that.
I appreciate the concern. I will take an appropriate amount of caution for what you've described. Now, we should probably move to making a plan of what we'll be saying to when they're here for the inquiry. The Master of Defense was already eager to meet you and was aiming to arrange time with you while you were here in Amon. I think that eagerness might be moved up given the current circumstances. Do you all have a good reason for why you left the scene of a crime where guards were killed?
I didn't want to end up like those guards.
Perhaps a good addition might be that you came back here for the expertise after having ran into blood magic there.
Oh, that's good. And I'm going to write that down in my book.
It's not also far from the truth, it seems, as that is what is happening anyways. I will go investigate this house. Give you time to do what you all need to do. If there is a request for immediate speaking to a member of the authorities here, I will send it your way and give you advance notice so you have time to prepare. But please stay out of trouble if you can. The party's not till tomorrow night, and then the tournament starts the next day. If what you say is true, then I think we can work together. And she picks up her staff and puts it on the ground, stands up, leaning onto it. And you see her start to cast a spell. Milo, I guess Milo and Milo Echomus Olivor, you guys are full casters besides your multi-classes. Go ahead and roll Arcana check to recognize the type of magic she might be casting, if you'd like.
12?
Okay.
15.
Okay.
5.
5. I got
one.
it. Milo, you will, with the 12, I would say you recognize overall that it is Conjuration School, just by recognizing some of the glyphs. With a 15, you would specifically, Echomus, recognize it as teleportation magic of a pretty high level, as she disappears from the room.
Yeah, she's pretty strong, guys. I feel like she'd be a good candidate for us for that party for sure.
No, I absolutely agree. She just disappeared right in front of us.
Yeah.
That was actually pretty cool. I am exhausted. What time is it?
Oh, wonderful question. You guys don't have your keen mind guide, but you would know it's not terribly late in the day. You guys got there in the morning. Not terribly late in the day. We'll say kind of like mid-afternoon.
I'm thinking maybe some food, maybe an ale, and then a mattress. Sounds pretty solid right now.
I would say if you guys came in fresh with a long rest, you'd actually have to wait until evening to rest.
Yeah, I spend my time in the mess hall.
Oh, just until then? Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Gotcha.
I'm going to also spend my time in the mess hall, but I'm not going like right to bed. As soon as it gets late, I want to stay up and like people watch.
Okay. Are you trying to people watch around Iman or just there in the hall?
Just in the hall.
Okay. Cool. Got it. Roll that out.
Accompany the people watching.
Yo, what?
I would like to accompany the people watching.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Before this is the room. Can I tell if it's like still secure?
You wouldn't have seen anything change. Yeah, any magical effects that were kind of latently there, you still feel nothing has changed in the magical aura of the room. I'd say
I
it's
think I'm
within
gonna
your abilities as a wizard.
whip out Ekimos' mask and start to cast Identify. But I'm gonna hold it up to him to show that I'm doing that, so he knows. And I'm gonna start casting both Identify and then Detect Magic.
Okay. As you finish that up, take out the feather for Identify and kind of run it along the mask. You do get the same information that would have been there for it. Actually, as a description for it, Milo, you might not have known this specifically, but since you cast it on there, you would know that this mask is blessed by Pelor, that it is able to cast the spell Cure Wounds. If you cast, it has 2 charges. If you cast Cure Wounds on another target, then it uses 1 charge. If you cast Cure Wounds on yourself, it uses both charges. But beyond that, you do specifically get from the Identify that the item is cursed by Vesh, the Bloody Siren, and that this curse involves. Actually, let me see here. Does Identify give details? Let me see here. Let's check that wording specifically. Okay, yeah, it says you learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. It's not a spell specifically, but you can sense a divine type connection to Vesh from this mask, and that the curse itself would have similar effects to something like Dominate Person over the wearer until it is no longer cursed.
I highly suggest you don't wear this mask for a while.
Yeah, I
You can
figured.
get rid of
Is it-
this curse that's on
a
it.
different color and all the crap that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely cursed. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it back into the bag. I don't know if I have the capacity to get that off of there. To be quite honest, I don't know if dispelling it is going to be enough.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I am, I wouldn't mind learning how.
yeah.
So let's be on the lookout, maybe.
Paladins, I'll let you guys roll. I'll let you guys roll a religion check right now, as they're talking about this.
I got a 23.
Nice.
Damn.
How about for Varric? Got no audio coming from you, Brandon, if you're talking. Cool. Well, we'll roll with Breck's 23 for now. I'll wait for him to come back. So for Breck with the 23, I mean, you remember, as a paladin, you immediately remember there's spells that are specifically for removing curses as opposed to dispelling magic or spells. It's in paladin and clerics wheelhouses to be able to specifically cast remove curse.
So yeah, normally we're really good at this, but I'm not. I can't remove curses. And quite honestly, man, I don't want to touch that thing.
Yeah, no problem. I wouldn't assume you would.
I guess I'm gonna put it back in the bag for now, then, until we can,
Yeah, for sure.
unless you want to carry it. It looks cool at least. You tie it
Yeah,
to
but
your belt or something, or
No, I don't even want to be near that thing unless it's been
man, neither do I.
Because
Let's put it back.
with all what we've gone through and seen, I do not want that to happen to anybody.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Would this have been worth showing to Honor, maybe?
I didn't even think of showing it to her. Damn it.
Blood curse. I mean, she's a blood mage.
Yeah. I mean, I guess whatever she figures out what happened at my house and gets back with us, I can have her take a look at it then.
Well, I'm gonna go get that food then.
It's a little. It's got a little color to it there, Ekamos.
Yeah, scary color. But the amount of time I did wear it, I mean, I was able to, like, I guess, regenerate my face. So I definitely want to try to keep that going if we can get that stuff taken off of it.
Are there any temples in Iman?
Oh, there's a whole temple district.
Speak to a priest.
Yeah, whole temple
Yeah.
district. There's more
Awesome.
temples in Iman than probably anywhere else in Tal'Dorei.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to do that right this instant. We can do what we need to do, and then maybe pick that up. If everyone's cool with it, or see what Honor can do after she gets back.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's your match, man. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Cool. You guys just want to hang out at the hall for a bit and sleep, or what?
I feel like we've earned some small break.
Cool.
Varric gets up and
Yeah.
walks out of the room.
He knows.
Um,
He gets it.
For now, what we'll say, Varric had a intermediate blacksmithing class to get to after meeting Umzar, the half orc who had told him about that. So we'll say for now that Varric heads to his intermediate blacksmithing class while everybody else hits the mess hall. We had talked about Breck and Alivor doing some people watching after that. So you guys go back to the place where the food and drink was, where you had eaten earlier that day. And it is the food that was there that you guys had eaten has already been refreshed. It almost seems, I mean, not almost. You guys all cast some kind of magic. You can all tell that there's magical enchantments that help with generating this food. And you guys eat so well. You guys eat better here than you have really anywhere else at one time. There's any kind of decadent foods or drinks that you can think of. Yeah, you can get whatever food you want here for sure. Breck and Alivor will say for you guys, once you kind of start do some people watching, I guess what I'll ask is, where in the Hall of Wonders are you guys going to be for that? Are you guys, just as a couple options, in the mess hall, there's the main area, or if you guys are just like chilling and walking together, then you can do kind of a little more of an overall thing. But just want to get an idea for how to give you that info.
I'm down for just strolling around.
Hell yeah! I was gonna say let's walk around.
Let's take a look, see what all they got here. Why not?
Cool. Yeah. So let's change the vibe up then for that. If you guys are going that way,
Going to some places we're not supposed to be, do what we do.
Can you guys hear me now?
yes,
Ooh, yeah.
we got your back.
There we go. Yeah, I'll go ahead and join them.
Okay, got it. If you're joining them now, Varric will miss the intermediate blacksmithing class.
Disregard everything I just said. I will be going to my class.
Okay, got it. got it. All right, so Breck and Alivor start walking around the Hall of Wonders. Quite a large building, just magical enchantments everywhere. When you guys move to a different floor, it's walking up steps that appear as you begin to step up to them. Go ahead and both of you go ahead and roll me some perception checks.
Hmm. 9.
Oh, weird. I also got it.
Oh, nice.
Double 9. All right.
That's crazy. This magic is awesome. Wow.
9. What you guys notice is there's a lot of security here, beyond just the magical enchantments that are there for courtesy and service. There are also a lot of protective enchantments as well. And you guys kind of try and do a casual, oh, let's walk in here. And, there might be an invisible barrier that you run into in some places. Or in one spot, you walk by a large brazier. And a voice comes out of it and says, "Excuse me, this is a restricted area," and kind of like burns a little bit brighter, and you feel like a very strong arcane glow coming off of that. More on the conjuration side of magic. In terms of people watching, what you guys see is it's a big collection of different magic users. You see mostly arcane users. You don't see, there's not like a lot of druids hopping around or anything. But you do see, wizards, sorcerers, maybe an artificer here and there, but mostly those who are using arcane types of magic. I will say with a 9, both of you roll me a d12. I'll give you one thing at least from these.
There it is. Ooh, 12.
12, okay.
I got a 2.
2, okay, got it. 12 and a 2. Okay. that's actually pretty funny. I like the way that worked out. So what you guys do see is that there are a couple of other adventuring parties that you run into, not like that you come across. One is a group, it looks like mostly women of different, some are elvish, I would say 3 are elvish, and there's a human, a half-orc, and a half-elf as well. And they are obviously, just as soon as they come into vision, one of the adventuring parties that's here. And in seeing them, you see that they're speaking with other people that are around. It looks like a couple of probably mercenary mages that work here for the League of Miracles. And you overhear, this was Alivor. You're the one who sees them, and your attention is drawn to them. And you overhear that their name is the Jade Dancers.
I'm gonna nudge Breck and be like, look at this group over here. Something about Jade Dancers. Do we have to come up with a cool name like that whenever we do the thing?
I didn't know that we had to come up with a cool name. I was ill prepared for that.
Yeah. This we got to come up with something, because that's pretty cool. We can't just show up as. Well, I mean, we have a name, but I feel like we need to come up with a cooler name. You want to go ask them? Ask them how they came up with that name?
Let's do it. Yeah.
All right, yeah. We're just gonna go over there.
Okay, got it. You walk up and you I guess, how are you interrupting the conversation they're having with the 2 mages they're talking to, or are you waiting for them to be done?
I'll wait for them to be done. I don't want to be rude, because then they won't help us come up with a cool name.
Cool. I would say like 2 minutes pass by, and they finish the conversation, and those 2 leave. They give you kind of the acknowledging nod as they walk by, and one of the elvish women, she looks for an elf, a little bit older, which, if you're an elf, means you're a bit older, if you can tell that they're a little bit older. In the hundreds of years variety. But they give you a smile and say, "Hello, what can I do for you?"
So, couldn't help but overhear you guys call yourself the Jade Dancers. I just, that's quite a name. So how'd y'all come up with that?
Well, if you haven't seen us before, we have a very particular fighting style that we use, and incorporate a bit of jade embellishment into our weapons and armor that we've trained with forever.
That's pretty neat. I guess that means you guys will be participating in the Party of Parties, I believe tomorrow night.
Yes, I believe the party is tomorrow night, and the first round begins the next day. We're excited to get going with things and see what some of the competition will bring.
Oh, nice. Well, so have y'all been together for quite some time? It looks like you got quite the crew here.
Some of us longer than others, and you see them, they're kind of like talking amongst each other with the five that aren't talking to you. But we are we've been through some very interesting experiences on the road and are happy to bring that into this competition. What about you? You don't seem to be members of the league. A dwarf and elf? Half elf?
Half.
Half.
Yes.
What brings you to the Hall of Wonders?
Crazy enough, we are same thing as y'all. We don't have our whole party here, obviously, but the two of us, the others, they're a little spontaneous. Who knows where they're getting into? But just we heard about it. We figured we'd come check it out. We don't have no cool name like you guys, though. It's kind of a letdown. I'm gonna have to consult with the party, come up with something, because we can't, be outmatched.
Branding is very important, especially in something like this. The league loves their theatrics. She kind of gestures to the entire fucking hall.
Yes, as do I. I didn't quite catch your name though. What's y'all's name? My name's Alivor. This is my friend Breck here.
It's nice to meet both of you. I'm gonna actually have you roll a persuasion check for this.
Oh, okay.
Because
Easy.
it's not a given now that she knows your potential competition.
Oh, quick math. 21.
21. My name is Sumina. It is very nice to make your acquaintance, Breck and Alivor.
It's nice to meet you too, Selena. What's that? Does anyone else have a name, or I notice the rest of y'all are pretty quiet. I guess you're the leader here, considering nobody else has said anything.
She just gives you kind of a funny look at that. Oh. And looks at Breck as well and says, well, you initiated this conversation with me. If you'd like to speak with them, I can see if they'd like to speak with you.
Oh, okay. No worries. It's okay. Just, trying to make friends, some friendly competition, And then Breck's you just standing there, strong, silent type as always.
Yeah, what's Breck doing?
Standing there, sizing everybody up.
Roll me an insight check.
I was gonna say the usual.
Yeah, roll me an insight check, Breck.
12.
A 12. Okay. You would see that with a 12, most of them seem to be more martially oriented, and the one of the elves doesn't seem to have any visible weapons, but is wearing light enough stuff that they're probably not a fighter or barbarian or anything like that. But they seem to be mostly combat focused.
Wow. So, all right. Well, I mean, I ain't got nothing else. I'll just be like, well, it was nice to meet you all, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this fighting style you mentioned. Sounds never heard of it before, so really looking forward to seeing that.
Well, you must not be from around here then, and I hope we have a chance to face each other in the competition. I would greatly look forward to it, and I'm excited to hear what name you come up with. Remember, something needs to be very exciting.
Oh yes, oh yes. And then, are we walking off, Breck?
I'm following you, man. Lead the way.
Okay. Oh God, the pressure.
I'm just here to flex on people.
Beautiful. So as we just walk off, I'm be like, God, the Jade Dancers. How are we gonna beat that, man? We gotta come up with something cool.
I mean, honestly, I think the fight matters more than the name. But
Of course you
the
do.
Jade Dancers, they seemed very not very strong.
Chill. You don't know. Maybe they might be sneaky. I mean, granted, obviously, but they might be sneaky strong. It'll be all right.
They all seemed very combat oriented as well.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, that's settled.
That'll
It'll be good for you. It'll be
yeah,
good
sorry, go ahead.
punching bags for you and Varric, Give him the old bonk.
The bonk.
Okay. So as you guys continue, you do make your way back to the front area and taking over one of the, it looks like a table that doesn't have any legs. It looks like it's almost just hovering over there with some kind of magical support, either invisible or just incorporeal. There are sitting on some stools. Another group of this one is a group of 7. And they are loud and raucous, and it seems like you look for a second and the table is slowly moving while they're sitting at it, almost like it's kind of taking them on a little tour is the vibe that you get from it. But they are being quite raucous and obviously drinking, having a bunch of food while they are moving around. Breck, this is the one that you rolled. This one... you from here you do see that they have mostly non-humans in this group, and you from them over here as you're walking by, you see there's a mercenary mage who kind of gives you guys a disapproving look at them. They're kind of like, these fucking guys, and says the inebriants cause quite a bit of disturbance. Hopefully they're eliminated quickly. And they just kind of walk off. They're just passing judgment and moving on. But you do learn that this group's name is the Inebrians.
God damn, another great name. That's hilarious.
Well, I think we should say hi to these guys.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, doesn't look like we'll be getting much information out of them. They look like all they know is how to bonk and drink. But you lead the way, Breck.
Do I have any more bottles of Adventurer's Brew?
I don't think you've been drinking them, have you?
I haven't drank any in a while, but I don't remember how many. I'll
leave it up to you on if you would have been drinking them on the ship or not, because it was like I think like a 2 or 3 week journey. So if you would have been having them then maybe not. But I'll leave it up to you if you would have saved those for being here, especially since they had some healing properties. I totally believe that would have been a thing.
I was hoping to save a couple for here.
Then yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely. That works for me.
Breaking out the good stuff.
Cool.
The Inebrians, huh? It's quite the name.
Just a second here. They all kind of like, so they're all being loud and talking to each other, and they say that, and they all like get quiet and turn and just like stare at the two of you, just stare daggers at the two of you. And you look at the makeup of this group, and you pick out, Breck, you recognize that there are 2 dwarves in this group. You do notice that there is a green skin looking kind of taller than a dwarf, but you get the vibe that this is a half dwarf, maybe half orc also. There is a large bald human wearing some kind of very stylized large armor. There is what looks like a half ogre. There is a full orc at the table as well. And then there is also one gnome in the group who, although they look much smaller in stature than everybody else, they seem to be keeping up on the drinking quite a bit.
What kind of a look are they giving us?
Just a look of like, you disturbed us, now what the fuck do you want?
Oh, it's like that.
Ooh, harsh crowd. As I look at him.
A name like that, they would like some alcohol, but daggers like that, I don't know.
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I said, well, if you got some to share, I'll say it is one of the dwarfs. They're both male dwarfs, and one of them with a little bit of gray and black beard says, "Well, if you got some to share, then come sit down."
Oh, now they want company.
I know, you break out the alcohol and all of a sudden friends, you know?
I know, that's crazy how that works.
Well, they all sound like you heard our name, the Inebrians. We got plenty of friends. We'll always take more alcohol.
With a name like that, I figure, you know, you got to know some sort of pull on the alcohol in this town, correct?
Oh, we got pull. We got pull all across the continent.
Oh, with that, I'm going to pull out one of my bottles and just set it down. Why don't you give this a try then? Brewed this myself.
He opens it. How do you have cork for these? Is that how they're
Yeah. They're cork.
Okay. He pulls the cork with a little pop, gives it a little sniff, like he's a snob. Takes a sip. Let's see. Ooh, nice. Okay, Brett, go ahead and roll me. Give me. Just roll me a straight d20. No mods.
I got a 1.
A 1. Oh, bummer. Okay. With his roll and then your 1, he's a dwarf as well. He's gonna have a kind of surprised look on his face. He says, not so bad. Did you make this?
Yep. Brewed it myself back at home.
And he looks down. I was feeling kind of sick. I had a little bubble in my gut. That seems to have gone away. Did your beer do that?
It does.
All right. Who are you? You've earned a seat at our table.
The name's Captain Deep Delver, captain of the Alcantara.
Nice to meet you, Captain Deep Delver. And who's your pointy-eared friend over here?
This here is Alivor.
He gives a nod. Alivor.
Just give a nod back and be like, "Hi."
You make any good music with that thing? Kind of points to your loot.
You know, funny enough, this thing it's all out of whack. I need to get it restrung or something because it just doesn't play right.
Understood. Well, you two need a drink.
I'll take a drink.
These wizards keep these fucking things stocked full. And he takes a pitcher and just grabs another one of the flagons that's empty from over one of the other people and hands it over to you. And he takes the rest of the adventurer's brew and hands it over to them in place. Try it. It's good. And fills it up, hands it over to you. You, Alivor?
Oh, I'll never turn down a good drink.
Now, what do you want? We got ale, wine, harder stuff down here, too.
Oh, yeah. Let's get some of that hard stuff going.
All right, elf friend. And he pours something in. He grabs one of the wine glasses and pours it pretty thick, hands it over. And you take a little sip. It tastes like fucking moonshine. It's strong as hell.
What do you know of this competition, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be kind of an audition for a contract with the league. They pay better than most, to say the least. Their coffers are unending, and they want to expand out, doing some things that their wizards might be a little overzealous to do. Adventuring parties have been growing in popularity these last few decades, and so the kind of word is that whatever party wins here might end up in the employ of the League of Miracles, if that's what they so choose.
So that's what I was wondering. I was wondering what the end prize was here. I haven't heard much about it.
It's a bundle of gold, choice of a few of the higher magical items that they're giving. But it could be a longer term thing if you do it right. They say the Wonder Worker himself might be there at the award ceremony.
Oh, now that would be interesting.
Who are you all playing for, since you're obviously here to size up the competition?
Is he like asking our party's name or something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Well, see, that's the funny part. We haven't really come up with a name quite yet, so.
Oh. Well, you better get on that.
Yes, I fully aware now. But what brought y'all to join in the competition?
More gold means more drink, friend.
Hell yeah, second that one.
He grabs the bottle back from the other guy who's drinking it and starts taking a swig.
Damn.
And says, well, glad to see another dwarf here in the competition. Not so many that are entering, as far as I can see.
What do you know of the other competition?
They're all right. We haven't seen anything we're too worried about currently, but the party tomorrow should be a good opportunity for everybody to do a little meet and greet if they want. And I hear they got some kind of a little setup they're doing for a way to get a advantage in the first round.
Oh, what's that? An advantage?
Don't know yet.
Huh.
Well, I do appreciate the information.
I appreciate the drink.
Go ahead and keep that bottle. It's got my label on it.
I appreciate it. Where do I go if I want to find some more?
Well, you'll have to make a trip down to the Zemni Fields for that. But I'm looking to maybe move something out here.
Huh.
So.
Well, Captain Deep Delver, I've got a lot of contacts, and if you make it worth my while, I might be able to help you out with that.
Well, I'm going to give him another of the bottles then for your contacts.
Thank you, friend. Appreciate it. Name's Drummond.
Drummond. All right, in Dwarvish, I'm going to thank him.
He thanks you back in Dwarvish. A very traditional greeting, too.
I understand what they say. It's great. I would repeat in Dwarvish, but I know that's kind of like disrespectful if I do, so I'm not going to say anything.
Good, got it. All right. So you guys get your people watching done, and each of you with a 9 get one of the teams for now that you guys meet and size up a bit. Varric, you were doing a blacksmithing class. Do you have anything you want to do after that ends while everybody's finishing up there doing the people watching and turning in?
No, just go to that class and.
Okay. Roll me a general strength check at this point. Make it athletics for how well the blacksmithing goes.
That is a 16.
16. Okay, not so bad. You do pretty well. You aren't the top of the class. You learn a few things, and they do ask that they keep whatever you make. That's part of, they offer very low barriers to doing it, but they ask that what you make you keep is part of a way to fund the lessons that they do, and you get some time in getting some blacksmithing done.
Sounds good.
Cool. Milo Ekamos, what about you two? Before, at the end of the day, after eating at the mess hall, anything you guys wanted to do?
I'd like to resummon my familiar,
Okay, yeah.
and then I have a question for you, Josh.
Hit me with it.
In my special stuff, so it says with my the mascot thing, I can summon.
Mhm.
Is that like does that give me any leeway to something like to summon something other than just the mascot?
That's a good question. Let me take a look at that real quick. I get what you're saying. So instead
Yeah,
of
it
Blot,
says-
like a Raven or
Yeah, verbatim it
a frog or some
says
shit.
you can cast the find familiar spell as a ritual. Your familiar can take the form of the mascot associated with the college you chose.
Oh yeah, then I'd say yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to. I think I'm gonna summon an owl instead. Then.
Nice. What kind of owl? What does it look like?
He's going to be kind of a basic barn owl.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Very cool. I think this is the first time you've done Blot as anything but Blot, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So we'll say a barn owl, but the spots, rather than just like, because there's usually maybe a little bits of spots here, there's more splotchy ink-looking
Yeah,
spots
I
across
love
the
that.
wings. Yeah.
Very cool.
Awesome. Make sure to mark off incense, or at the very least, them 10 gold pieces. There's
Do I
plenty of
have
places to
to
get
do that
incense around.
if it's a
Yes.
ritual?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Ritual is just about casting time. You still have to have the 10 gold pieces worth of incense to do it.
Noted.
But there's plenty here, so I'm not going to make you go through going to find it. Just mark off 10 gold. It's everywhere in Amon.
Sweet.
That leaves Ekmas. What about you, man? And I'm going to ask again here, but I'm going to ask after changing the vibe back, because you're back in Amon having a little bit of a time. What about you? Anything you want to do at the end of the day here?
No, just probably go back to my room and go through my memories and ensure I don't forget anything and all that stuff, and just mind my own, I guess.
Okay. Going back through your memories, I need a couple different things here. First thing I need, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Sure. $21.
21, pretty good. Okay. You run through your memories, and you're not just running through your memories of the day and the things that happened here, but you run through the memories that you have that have returned as well. And try and just remember as many details as you can, as many times as you can, so you don't forget again. You kind of latch onto them and don't want to let go. But everything is there, and everything is super clear. It feels like there's unfinished business, and you're super anxious and tense for the rest of the day, for sure. It feels like something is calling out to you and just beckoning you to leave the hall and just go to the streets of Amon. And you know, after having been back in the house and re-experienced the place that started this connection and almost reformed that connection, that was done in a place of so much power in that story, or not story, but in that so much power in the way that played out. And you just have a hard time wondering if you're being pulled by Vesh or if you're being pulled by something more benevolent. If Pelor is still even there right now, if Vesh, like she blocked off the mask, blocked off your connection to Pelor. And you spend time remembering, whatever you feel like reminiscing about.
Yeah, I guess I would, like most would grab that Pelor pendant and just ask for guidance and, all what has happened and me blacking out and reliving memories, like just asking for guidance on like kind of what to do next.
Okay. I'll let you roll a religion check with advantage here.
Okay. $19.
19. Okay, pretty good. With a 19, I think you would actually hear his voice in your head again. You've spoken to Pelor in the past already about your connection to Vesh and how that connection keeps her power here in this world. And so you hear his voice again. You have unlocked the origins of what connects you to her. You have seen the ritual once again. You must use that knowledge to reverse what was done.
What should I do next?
Find your family. And you don't hear anything else after that.
Yeah, with that I would just, I guess, meditate until everyone goes to bed, I guess.
Okay. As you do your meditation, you hear early in the night, but after it's been dark, you hear a knock on your door.
All right. I guess I go and answer the door.
It's Honor. And she says, "May I come in?"
Yes, please. I was just thinking about you, honestly.
She comes and grabs a chair, moves it, and sits down across from you.
Did you go to my house?
I did.
How'd it go?
And she says this is with almost disbelief. What you said was true.
Did you doubt me?
Yes, I doubted you. You must understand the scale of power that I have been feeling coming from here. It has been in the back of my head for weeks. And you walk in and point me to the house that it's been coming from.
What else did you find out?
I don't think I found out anything more than you know already.
Okay.
Except to ask if you understand the ritual that began there. Do you understand the motivations for what was being done? Or the methods?
Yes and no. I know obviously that whatever she was trying to do with my previous master Gornfiend, to either fuel his power or make her stronger. And I hate to say this, but my father was there too. So that doesn't really sit well with me.
Is there any reason you know of that they would have come after you specifically?
All I know is what my father told me, that when I was younger, being living in those slums, we tried to live that low light style of, not really being famous or anything like that, just trying to lay low, and said something about that our family has some ancient heritage or something like that, and that people were after us.
May I use some spells on you?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, do what you need to do. It's not gonna hurt me, is it?
It will not.
Okay.
She takes the dagger again and cuts the palm of her hand and pulls blood out. And you see them this time start to spin into shapes. A lot of mages will use like glowing tracing of fingers to do like a two-dimensional sigil or symbol in the air. And you remember back to the one that was on your chest, it was like a two-dimensional circle. But what she does is actually kind of makes a three-dimensional version. It's almost like those little toys that kind of expand out and then expand in, and she's doing that with a kind of web of very uniform strings of blood. And she, as it's kind of spinning, she moves it over you and kind of down around, and you see complete crimson blood red as her eyes darken a bit. And she begins to cast what to you looks like probably is some high-level magic, being an arcane user yourself. And she spends probably a good 3 to 4 minutes. I'm going to make a roll on this here, too, because I want the dice to help out a bit here. Okay. Okay. So with her being done, she kind of almost tiredly sits back down and looks at you and says, "There is indeed some interesting properties of your blood. I don't quite know what to make of it, but I can understand why somebody looking to appease or connect to Vesh might be interested in it. It's different than just average blood. There seems to be some sort of enchantment on it? That's not the right word. This is an odd question, but would you permit me some of your blood?"
Yeah, I guess whatever can help you figure this out, because I'm just as curious as well, and honestly don't know why.
Then I apologize for the pain. And she comes up and takes the dagger and gives a cut on your hand. And as you being what you are, blood is a different experience for you. You don't particularly have running blood, and even though you might have, viscera or gore that comes out and can be healed, it's not like you have a fully perfectly working circulatory system. But when she cuts your hand this time, for the first time, you see a bit of crimson red just slowly dripping out, and you can see her kind of move her hands and draw it out of the cut that's in your hand. And she pulls out a ivory, very kind of ornately carved vial and puts it into there. Whatever it is that is in your blood is also the same type of magical energy around that house and those anchors that were created. I tried to get to the shop where you all had the other encounter, but it is under quite a heavy guard currently, and I did not want to risk running afoul of the law. So, that might be an investigation for another time, but whatever that magic is leads to that spot next.
Yeah, with
And-
what had just happened, I for sure need to like lay low for a bit, I guess. Maybe after this party, I guess. I don't know.
That might be for the better. But whatever is going on at that second location at the shop has amplified the energy tenfold. And it points northwards from there.
I guess what would help too, maybe trying to find my parents, maybe? I don't know. Maybe you can talk with them and figure out what it all had happened, because obviously they didn't tell me a whole lot.
Well, if you give me the information you know about them, then I will see what I can find.
Yeah, kind of hard to remember, honestly. It's so many different memories.
I have more magic I can use to perhaps learn some of that information.
I remember him saying something about a hideout before I died, or before I guess I was sacrificed.
Where was that hideout?
um, can't remember just yet. Hold on.
Rather than having you dig through it, if you just
Yeah.
the shell steps.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I'm like, oh, there's so much we typed up.
I want to give you a chance because I don't want to break immersion,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'll give
No,
you
you're
if you can't find it. Yeah, shell steps.
Okay. Yeah, shell steps. I don't. Would I be familiar where that's at?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
Cool, no. 11.
11. Generally, that it is north, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the shop, and then try to find this hideout that my dad was talking about. That I don't know how long ago that was, even if they're still there, or
It's a lead, at least.
yeah.
I can quickly get you and your group to the shell steps if you'd like to go there tomorrow, but at the same time, keeping you safe from those things that are looking for you, and however, and continuing to utilize whatever it is you are to be a part of this, might be walking directly into what they want.
Yeah, I definitely would have to talk with the group about it and see what our next options are, because I know we have other business here as well, and I don't want to steal from the group too much.
Well, I'd be happy to say that you all are the sponsored party. For me.
Okay.
This
Awesome.
is what I have asked for, you have given, and you have done so, and led me to the information I needed. The League of Miracles doesn't often take things to higher authorities. We are a high enough authority ourselves, with great power ourselves. But this is very, very worrisome. This might be beyond things that I can deal with myself, and we may need to bring in others who are trustworthy. Do you know of anyone that you can trust who might be able to help? if it gets out of hand for us.
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to talk with the group, see what they have to say.
Well then, I'll leave you to it for this evening. I need to get some rest. I used quite a bit of magic in that investigation.
Yes, thank you, Honor. I hope I helped out with your investigation and what you needed.
You have given me the answers I seeked, but you have led me to a score more of them.
Yeah.
Please find something nice for you all to wear to the party tomorrow. And I will meet you there. Unless you need something from me before then.
I do have a mask, but I think Milo has it, because before we left for Amon, I was given a mask with Pelor, the symbol on it, to help me deal with Vesh. And it's bizarre to realize that that whole time I wore that mask, I felt safe, but then the moment I came home, I went black, and apparently by them taking the mask off me, it's healed me a good amount, and I used to unfortunately look a lot worse. But I have a feeling that it's cursed, so I don't know if you deal with any of that type of stuff, or maybe remove it, because I obviously want to try to get back to what I looked like before I died. So
removing a curse is something that is within my wheelhouse. I'm not able to do it today.
Yeah.
But especially something related to blood magic. I think that'd be something I'd be able to do if you would allow me to give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow, I guess, before the party, if that's ideal, if it's not too much to ask.
No, that would allow for use at the party if you'd like, rather than going in, not to be insulting, but...
Looking like how I look, yeah.
Yeah, you look like a corpse.
Yeah. Okay. Again, appreciate it. I guess I'm gonna head to bed too then.
Rest well, Ekmos.
Thank you, Honor.
And leaves you in your room. So that takes us to the night. Anything anybody else wants to do before resting? This is a safe place to rest, so you guys don't expect anything to come up. But I want to give you guys an opportunity to do something if you'd like. Cool. Noemi. Then everybody can mark themselves a long rest and choose their new prepared spells. And let's get a little lighter here. Everybody's waking up and sleeping off the day, so it is at least a little more refreshing the next morning. Let's go. Maybe not that refreshing. Let's go this one, actually. Okay, got it. But you all wake up the next morning, the morning of the party of parties. In Iman, you smell that on the side of the bed there is already a selection of 3 different cups, one with milk, one with tea, one with coffee, that are there, and some very nice silverware with it. But you are all awake the next morning. What do you guys want to do from here?
We need to go to the store and get some fancy clothes for our dinner party. And we need to come up with a name, boys.
And we can absolutely, if you're jumping into that conversation, we can just smash cut to everybody in the mess hall.
A new name. Sort of like a rebrand.
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, we talked about this before.
What did we talk about?
When we were on the run, we talked about coming up with a new name.
In hindsight, we probably should have done this earlier. Kind of let that one slide.
Yeah, but you know, mistakes. That's okay. It hasn't killed us yet, so.
Well,
Yeah.
you got any ideas?
So far, actually, me and Breck ended up meeting two of the parties, and they got some pretty cool names. One was the Inebriators, pretty fucking saucy, bunch of ruffians, you know. Not too hard to figure out what their main goal in life is there. And then
Other-
the second group, more a little bit more elegant, you know, probably more thought into their name, the Jade Dancers, all women. Both groups not too big a threat. Looks like we could bonk them pretty easily, but you know, some pretty cool names.
The Jade Dancers. That is cool.
I know, right?
Hmm.
I mean, what are we like? What are we going for here? What kind of vibe?
Bloody.
Oh my god.
Ekamos Incorporated.
No.
Hmm. Damn.
Hmm.
Same.
Well, what kind of clothes? Maybe a color. If we're gonna be getting new clothes and we're gonna be dressing for the occasion,
Oh,
should
are-
we get
are
a
we gonna
color
be
and then
color
build that into the
coordinated?
name?
Yeah.
Crimson?
Uniformity. We
I
are a
like
team.
that. I like that. I like
Crimson, you said? I heard.
Crimson
That.
sounds
Oh.
pretty
Yeah,
good.
Okay, let's go find some crimson clothes and come up with a blood-related name. I love it.
Like Crimson Cabal.
This Ekamos, you gotta have names. Come on now, your
I
whole life
know,
is
I
revolving
know.
around blood.
I know. I don't know. I can't
Crimson
think off the top.
The what?
What was that?
Crimson
Eric?
chemistry.
Crimson Chemistry.
Chemistry.
Say, I like the crimson. The chemistry sounds a little, you know. That's not very menacing.
What about Catalyst?
Oh, the Crimson Catalyst.
that.
That's got a nice ring to it. Crimson Catalyst.
We make bloody things happen.
Yeah. Ooh, ooh, that's our slogan. Ooh.
Tagline.
Yeah. I like it. All right. That's good. That's number one for me, unless someone comes up with an absolute banger. But
Yeah, I think that
That's gonna be pretty hard to top.
Yeah.
yeah. Just say all right.
To the clothes store.
And say yeah. Just say where's a nice clothes store?
I mean, it also goes pretty
Um,
well with our benefactor too.
Yeah, it's true. It'll.
Ooh, yeah, that's right.
Compliment
Oh my
her,
god,
yeah.
that just fell into place right there. It's beautiful. If only we could have thought of Bastion's watch that quick, but
Well, I mean, I am from here, so I could take us to the closest
Ooh.
tailor.
yes, Ekimo's gonna take us shopping.
Yeah. And I will ask the DM would I know the closest tailor shop
To
here
the
in
market
Vermont?
district, yeah. Basically, it's not hard to find it all. You guys
Yeah.
can head there. I will say, on the way there, you guys pass by that same shop, and you do notice that there are like 6 heavy guards posted outside, and there are things you can see that there are things going on inside, but nothing beyond just that there is people moving around inside. But you continue down, and easy enough to find a tailor, rather than like rolling for it or anything. It's easy enough to find things like that in a big city. So what I would say is you guys can describe to me what you want for your party outfits, and then I'll tell you how much it costs, and we can go from there.
So I was kind of thinking of maybe just wearing the exact same clothes and getting them dyed. What do you guys think?
I was thinking all of our clothes, like somehow make them to where they flow in a way or something, like where it looks like we're either covered in blood or like dripping blood, where they flow with certain. Because those jade dancers, they had something incorporated into their stuff. The jade is so nice, you know. We gotta make it look pretty, you know.
Well, I definitely need a whole new set because this shit is. I've got tethered robes and stuff, guys. Like I'm looking real
Yeah.
rough here,
That stuff smells pretty bad.
and I don't smell good either. So I definitely need an upgrade. But I bought these nice ass bracers, which are really cool, and I'm fucking broke as shit now. So
Ditto.
Oh.
I don't know if illusions or anything like that, if I could afford that now. Because I look at my cloak of the Mont Blanc. So
God, it depending. May have to bankroll the party's new outfits. Goddamn. Depending on this. Well, let's get in there and let's see how
yeah,
much it's gonna cost
let's
us.
price it, point it, and we'll go from there. Obviously, I'm not super extravagant person, so if I can just get clean looking stuff and it doesn't
You're
look
gonna be
tethered,
extravagant for this party, Ekamos. God damn it, we have to look good. We have to look the part. This is a
Well,
party tonight. You can wear whatever you want to the fight tomorrow. Tonight we have to look good. I don't care if you
Well,
go out there butt ass
well,
naked tomorrow.
I have to
don't
go in
care.
debt with you. I don't mind as whatever helps the party.
All right, what are we looking at price wise here?
Price wise,
Was it depending on what we say?
yeah, it's kind of depending on what you guys say. If you're just looking to like dye your current clothes, then that's not going to be very expensive at all. We're talking like a gold a person maybe to dye your clothes. If
Not
you're
like that.
actually looking for new stuff, depending on how nice the stuff you're looking for, like clothing is going to be more in the copper silver range for just regular clothing. If you're looking for nicer stuff, it might be in the couple gold range. If you're looking for extravagant stuff, then we're looking into the 10, 20, 30, 40 stuff. So clothing in general isn't going to be super expensive, neither is dyeing. But it's just kind of up to if you guys are, like getting the most extravagant stuff and you need custom fits right away, then there'll be some gold thrown at it.
I say I want not the exact top tier, but just right below that.
Not the top tier, but right below that. Any Mon specifically. I would say if you're going for an outfit, you're probably looking at roll 2d20 for me and give me both of the options. What they are. You're essentially rolling with advantage and taking the higher one.
Oh, 16 and an 18.
16 and 19. Okay, cost you 19 gold pieces.
Each?
Is that what you're buying? You're buying that for everybody?
Yeah, if we were to do that for the whole party, would it be 19 each?
19 each, yeah.
All right, boys, I can do that.
I know specifically what I want.
Yeah,
What do
do
you
too.
want?
Oh, okay, let's hear it.
So you know how the long jacket that Ashton wears? I
That
want
who?
something- Ashton.
Oh, yeah.
So something similar to that, like a sleeveless, like I don't know, what is it, like a duster or something,
Okay.
but just in a crimson color, maybe some like black outline on it.
Okay.
And then I'll still wear like obviously like my gauntlets and his boots and everything. The breastplate would go underneath the duster.
Okay.
I want a hood on it, and then I also want to still incorporate the fur that I had on the cloak of protection,
Okay.
if that's
Okay.
possible.
Cool. Ekamos, I heard you speak up next. What are you doing?
Yeah, so I have obviously that glimmering breastplate with my robe and all that, but just not as tethered, obviously, like newer looking. And then instead of like the dirt and like leathery looking stuff, it'll just be more accented with crimson.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. What about the other three? What are you guys doing for your outfits?
I think for the battle, I'm gonna dye my current clothing to be everything that's purple is gonna be a deep crimson. Everything that's blue is going to be just a nice bright red.
Okay.
But I'm also gonna go out and get one of these, the 19 gold extravagant wear. It's gonna be like a nice suit with a cloak with the cloak of the Mont Blanc on his back. So like a GQ suit with a cloak and hood.
Okay. Hell yeah. Very cool. Love it.
Say I'm gonna do like one of those I guess you could say like goth. All I can think of is like the old Victorian era, where it's like the really long coattails and whatnot, and like
Yeah.
super that with the crimson and kind of like like a with the accent being like a prismatic glow, if you know what I'm
Oh, I
hinting
understand
at
that.
here.
Oh, of course,
And
of
then
course.
yeah, to kind of like match ye old sword on the side there, and
Nice.
then yeah, just the crimson to go with the color scheme of the group.
Hell yeah. Cool.
Very fancy.
Nice. Then how about Breck?
I am not going to change the color of my gear, but I will go by one of the high-end like suits,
Nice.
like a crimson vest kind of.
Okay. Yeah. So not like the overcoat, but like the vest part of it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Big enough to fit over your armor, or
No,
going no
no, no,
armor
no.
to the party.
I'm going no armor to the party.
Okay, got it. All right then. Well,
Yeah,
with
Damn, we look good.
Say what's the price tag?
whatever 19 times 5 is, I think that's just less. It's 95.
And then I got some dye too. So what is that gonna?
Dying is 2 gold pieces.
2 gold?
Okay, so we'll just call it 100 gold pieces to tip the shopkeeper as well.
Fantastic.
Um,
This would be a gnomish shopkeeper, and they are very grateful for the tip.
Yep, and then that would be 10 platinum, right?
Yes.
All right, so yeah, I just slapped 10 old platinum up there for him. Oh, I added that. I need to subtract that. The hell? There we go. Bow.
Perfect. Well then, with the party donning a new name, the Crimson Catalysts, and spiffy new suits, as well as some upgraded gear for their regular gear, I think that's probably a good place to take a break. We're about halfway through, so let's do 15 minutes, and then we will come back and do the second half. Just be thinking about what you guys want to do for the second half of the day. And then if there's anything before the party, if not, then we can move to the party of parties and go from there. But yeah, we'll do a break. I got 106 Pacific, so let's come back at 121. And we will hop back in the second half. See you in a bit. Okay, so we are back with what, for the time being, is known as the Crimson Catalysts. After purchasing some new clothes, some fancy new clothes, you guys have the day. And if you'd like to, we can, if there's anything that you guys want to do during the day, we can absolutely do that. You guys can tell me as little as much as you like for the day leading up to. But after that is the party of parties. So you guys let me know what you'd like to do from here.
Figured I'd gray shell with my ugly mug since everyone's got black screens going on.
I'll join you. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, trust me, I'm not sponsored. You can ask. He keeps yelling at me. So what did you say? We just do what we want, or anything?
You guys
right
have a day. If you guys,
day.
if there's not anything specifically you guys want to do, or if there's just like a quick, hey, this is what I'm doing for the day, then we can do that. Otherwise, the party of parties is this evening. So as little or as much of this day is up to you guys. There's some things to do. There's the mask. There's something. I mean, there's a whole multitude of things you guys can choose to do if you would like. But if you guys also want to scoot things along to the party, then I understand that too. So it's up to you guys how you'd like to have this day play out.
Would like to go do something on me own if other people have stuff they want to do as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna do my mask with Milo, if that's cool.
Okay. Yes, I just didn't want to be the only one wanting to do extra stuff. If everyone wanted to move it along, I could postpone extra stuff.
No, man, do your thing.
Sweet. All right. I need to find information, whether that be a book or talk to someone about my sword and its. Well, I'm not telling the party any of this. I will be on my own, secretive mission, solo mission. Since we are in a bigger city, there's a lot more access to information. I need to find more out about my sword and this old demon I got myself entangled with. So
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So where are you with that kind of search? I'm gonna change the vibe a little bit. Where are you? I guess you mentioned looking for information. You know of the library in the hall. You've been to that within the past day. There are plenty of places you could go to look, or people to ask. What's the route you want to take? Like, give me an idea of a direction you'd like to go here. It's pretty wide net to just look for general information, but at least like this is where I'm going to go to look for this stuff.
So since I'm in a new city, I wouldn't really know of who to go look for. So I think I would just start, at the library, see if he could find any sort of literature on the subject. Would be a good start, I guess.
Roll me a flat d20. Just straight d20 roll. No mods.
Okay. That's going to be... Damn, you're letting me down. 8.
An 8. Okay, got it. Okay. So you go to the library and you just naturally wander to the section you were in the day before, and start to look there at first. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check to represent your time here in the library.
Okay. Ooh. Where is that? That's going to be an 18.
18 is pretty damn good.
It's way better. We're going to stick with this dice.
I would say... With an 18, as you're looking on the shelf, you almost catch just a little bit of latent magic left over that as your eyes cross it, just almost like something that was triggered by you looking at this book. And given where you're standing, you can maybe have an idea of what it is or why it showed up this way. But you are right where you were speaking before. And in fact, looking at the book that give a little bit of magical poof. It was the same book that was being read.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely picking that up then.
Okay.
For sure.
You pick it up and you begin to read. And in particular, this book is titled Faded Vengeance. And it is a study on a shadow demon, a powerful one who makes pacts with mortals. And with an 18, you spend quite a bit of time reading through the book and looking at, in particular, historical studies. The first part of the book is essentially, what's the word I'm looking for? The first part of the book is speculative on people in history who may have made a deal with Orthax. And it is essentially doing a kind of laundry list of names to go through to trace the events that may have led to the beginning of the Shadow Demon's time on Earth. Exandria.
Yeah.
And so the first part is studying how long they have been here, and it appears that it may have been the very first speculative story is that there is a figure from before the calamity that may have, the story sounds like it has the pattern that the other ones follow, that there was a particular figure who rose to a position of power, and there was people who that they were known as enemies to them that died along the way. This person is not named, but they lived in the city of Aeor.
Aeor, how do you spell that?
Aeor. And there's a little footnote that the scroll of the story of this person from Aeor is found in Vasselheim. Specifically at the Library of the Cobalt Soul in Vasselheim. The rest of the book goes on to describe what it looks like in modern times when somebody makes a pact with this demon, and that the power is such that it may be, known cases may be one person, but there are known cases that go with multiple groups of people at a time making a pact, and that the larger the group is that makes the pact with this shadow demon named Orthax, that the larger the trail of body is that follows. There is a lot of discussion of theoretical scaling up. If there were thousands of people to all agree at once, then the power and the massacres and the slaughter that would result from that would be historic, to say the least. And because of that, the author speculates that Orthax must not have gained any kind of influence over a group larger than dozens, but that there are then more, instead of just individuals, groups that may have been aligned with Orthax in the past.
Okay.
And then I'll ask you, what are specific pieces of knowledge that you're looking to get out of this besides those things?
I'm looking more for what seems to be the cost of making a pact, and more like, I guess you could say, the powers that have been possibly granted, or like, because I know you said it scales with size, but like, just like what types of powers or stuff that are usually granted and whatnot.
Sure.
So yeah.
The way it's described very academically rather than instructionally, but the way it describes it in this book is in a way of given divine gifts and boons as if they had been worshiping something that might be a full god. So essentially, gaining powerful items in particular, as if something that would be given as a boon to somebody else from a god, that same type of thing, but these are often, instead of more traditional things, there is something granted very quickly to a person. It's a quick increase in power, and it is always an exchange. There is almost no mention of any kind of agreement besides death and destruction.
Death of the person that made the thing, or just them causing death of others?
It doesn't specify.
Oh, lovely. I say I'm okay with one, not okay with the other. Okie doke. Can I keep that book?
You can certainly try.
This is just like a regular old like style library type thing, or just like a big old?
Yeah, it's just a regular. It's just a library here in the Hall of Wonders. Yeah, and then one last piece of information with 18, I would say that you would see a note about one of the more recent groups. There were members of Den Tassithar in the Kryn dynasty that had to deal with a trio of members of their den that had taken out a sizable portion of other members of the den.
Oh, wow.
And it was related to a deal with Orthax.
Yeah, I'm keeping this book. We're going to attempt to.
Okay, got it.
Cool, look at
so
that boy.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh, beautiful. 27.
27. You quietly, quickly, and with no one seeing you, place the book into your bag.
Sweet. Yeah, I mean, and then I'm just gonna like, casually stroll out, try and leave.
Okay.
And yeah. There's no like, you said there was a note in the book. There's no like any other like hidden notes on it or anything like that.
Roll me investigation check.
Oh, of course, should have known that. Woo! These rolls, let's go. 23.
23. With a 23, you notice that in the back corner there is a small slip of paper that seems to be folded and inserted in. It's kind of almost like sealed to itself, and so you have to open it and very carefully pull it apart. And it says, "Hope you enjoy the reading."
Oh, that's interesting. All right, yeah, we're gonna pocket that and save it for a later date to go over this. Yeah, other than that, I guess I'll just stroll around. Nothing. That's really the only specific that I want to do.
One final check for me. Go ahead and roll a Arcana check on the way out.
19.
19, pretty good also.
We're gonna get to combat, and my rolls are gonna be shit.
Right. So yeah, right, yep, waste them all on the out of combat stuff. So you walk through the doorway, and you do feel some kind of like ping, almost some kind of magical ping as you walk through, but nothing happens.
A magical ping.
Mhm.
We'll deal with the repercussions later.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be like, okay.
Got it.
Probably not the best idea, but it's what it is. What it is.
All right. So you finish your time in the library. Is there anything anybody else wants to do for the day before heading to the party that night?
I actually did have something.
Yeah. What is it?
Funny enough, I had written this down, forgot about it, but I also had some stuff I needed to go to, probably a library about.
Okay. For you, I'm going to make you roll because you have not been there yet in the Hall of Wonders. Go ahead and roll investigation check. Unless you're fine with just asking around for it, then they'd have people point you there.
I'll do investigation and see what happens.
Yeah.
25.
25. Yeah, you find it. And with the 25, you also, man, I'll roll that into like you could find a couple different libraries in Amon. So I'd say 2 other libraries in Amon. You're able to get directions to for finding some information.
Okay. Do I get the sense that either of these libraries would cater more towards? Well, I'm trying to look for information about either Vestiges or Arms of the Betrayers.
Interesting. So the other libraries, one would be at the Alabaster Lyceum, the school that's here in Amon. Other one would be in the Cloudtop District. That one's more of a public library, but it is a very highbrow one. Cloudtop District. All 3 are probably big enough and part of large enough organizations that they might hold something. But I would say the way we can do this is the one that you pick would affect how easy your access is and what type of information you might receive.
Are any of them tied to...
You muted yourself. You said, are any of them tied to, and then it got muted.
Oh, that's weird. Are any of them tied to like a church or something religious or something of that nature?
Of the 3, the Cloudtop District one would be the closest. There would be small shrines in the library there devoted to some of the prime deities, but none of them would be temple specific, but that would be the closest of the 3.
We will choose that one then.
Okay. So you take the time to leave the Hall of Wonders and go to a very large public library. In a way, it kind of reminds you of the Chantry of the Dawn. It's not quite so like bombastic in its presentation, but it has very similar architecture, and just the big city of Iman makes you feel like back in Rexentrum used to. Large open doors that are 30 feet tall as you walk in, 20, 30 feet across. And you walk in, and right away there are attendants who can help you find books. There's like a little 3-sided square desk where there are 4 or 5 people there who can help guide you to specific sections or specific topics that you're looking for.
Does one of the attendants look more like senior than the other?
I would say even with just passive insight, the one who is more senior is kind of directing things and not offering. There is somebody, one of them, but they are kind of guiding the people to go talk to the others, not necessarily talking to the public coming in. But there's one there. Yeah, this would be a gray-haired elf. They have on, which is very rare for elves, but he has on like a pair of half moon spectacles. and you're not sure if they're just for show or not because you've almost like never seen an elf wear glasses, but they do look very librarian in their appearance. But that would be the one who looks like they're the most senior here.
Okay. Yeah, I'll approach that one.
Mm-hmm. He says, if you'll wait in line here, one of our librarians will be able to assist you in just a moment.
Thank you. But I was hoping to speak to you, if possible. You seem to be the more senior one here, probably more knowledgeable.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. The DC went down by 1 because you gave him a compliment that landed him as a librarian.
Oh, there we go. That's a 27.
27, yeah, he just kind of lights up. Oh, well, I have been here for many, many years, and I know these shelves well. What can I help you find?
And I say this in Elvish, but I just want to ask him if he... Well, first I'll introduce myself. And say, good day, I'm Varric Florley of the Pallid Grove. I was wondering if you had any information regarding vestiges.
27, huh? He says, well, as it happens, that is one of my favorite topics. Come with me. And he takes you up a spiral staircase up to the 3rd floor, kind of in the back corner area. And he says, here we have books on many of the vestiges of divergence. We do not have any of the provenance paperwork here for ownership, but it gives descriptions of known vestiges and where they came from in history, who they were granted to during the Age of Arcanum, and some of the history surrounding those figures.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me apologize. I didn't get your name.
My name is Wilmore.
Wilmore. Wilmore, would you happen to know, if you don't yourself, I mean, you look quite wise, would you happen to know anyone who would know more beyond what's in these books? Maybe something that's not written down.
Roll another persuasion check.
Okay.
That's gonna have to be a full different one.
16.
A 16. Okay. He says, "Well, I'm sure there are many organizations that have their own academic study into these items. We keep what is most authorized to be public here at the library, and it can often need special authorization for referral to some experts, if you will."
How would I go about getting that, Wilmore?
You could submit a request to the Pansophical. They are very aware of many of the magical things that happen around Exandria and would be able to assess and offer information to you if you need it.
Okay. Do you mind me asking, where are you from?
Me? Oh, originally from Singorn, but I've lived in Amon for well over 250 years now.
Okay. I've always wondered about Singorn. How is it?
It is, if I'm being honest, a bit staunch for me. I understand some of the more traditional ways of living that they have there, but I found life to be a bit too strict, and I like the fast-paced and variety of life that Iman offers. It can get a little boring for me sometimes there. I visit from time to time. I've got a few cousins that still live there, but I prefer Iman quite a bit more. The books keep me plenty busy here.
That's good. So would I be able to check these out, or how does this?
Yes, please. This is
Okay.
You're I see. You're not saying check them out, like read them right now, like check them out of the library.
Yeah.
The books are to be kept in the library to make sure that they are well protected. But you can be given a room to quietly study if you'd like, as well as any note-taking implements you might need.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. He leads you to a small room, opens it up. Just a table inside. There's like a little plant and stuff. There's little bits to make it look more than just like a very basic room and to make it a little more welcoming. Leaves a quill and an ink pot and a few pieces of parchment.
Before you leave, Omar, I forgot one thing. Do you know or have anything regarding the arms of the betrayers?
Those are a bit more restricted than knowledge.
I figured.
Publicly allowing people to see and read the things that came along with that kind of power, you'd have to speak with the council themselves to gain that kind of information.
Okay. Anyone out of the council that you suggest, or just in general?
Permission would have to come from the council. There are many different moods and different members of the council have different sweet spots, shall we say. Approval and permission is beyond my level of expertise, but I have heard of those who might cozy up to members of the council to try and gain favor for this type of request.
Any members of the council that are elven?
That is a great question. Let me dig through my memory. I do know that there is yes, there is a half-elven member and an elven member. There is also not serving directly on the council. There is the ambassador from Signorn, who serves very closely with the council as well. Yes, Sildor Vesar is the ambassador from Signorn. He holds quite a bit of weight with the council. There is also... sorry, I said elf. There's not a full elf. There are two half-elves that serve on the council. Another is an ambassador. That is Ambassador Keyleth of the Ashari. She is an ambassador for the Zephyra. And, of course, the coin mistress Vexalia de Rolo. She is the master of commerce.
Well, I guess I'll have to make their acquaintance.
That time is quite hard to get a hold of, but I wish you the best of luck in your quest.
Thank you, Omar.
It was very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And then I will study and try to learn as much as I can from this.
Cool. Study away. If you want, actually roll me one more investigation check, and this will represent, I'm not going to just list it off for you now, but out of game, I will send you some vestige info.
Okay. 16.
16, okay. Cool. I'll get with you on that outside of game.
Okay.
It will be considerably more than you have to this point.
Perfect.
Cool. How about anybody else?
I wouldn't mind studying up on the arcane swap spell.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You'd have plenty of time to do that. Now that was the one that you hadn't created yet.
This is
right?
Not the brand. Yeah, that's exactly.
And I think you still have to copy brand in, right?
No, I did that when we got all
okay.
the money and all that shit. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Got it. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me. I don't think you've done any work on this one yet, right?
None whatsoever.
Okay, got it. And remind me the level for this one.
I was
Should we go
thinking 4,
4? Okay.
but that's also kind of still up to you once we get it completely built. But
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what we'll do is per level, we'll do a roll with a sliding DC on that. So go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
$19.
19. I'm change divide too if you're doing magic stuff. 19 is going to be a pass for the first one, especially with the spell that you had created before. You're starting to really get the hang of this, and your just ability to use spatial magic in general, kind of tied in with some of the dunamancy that you've learned, just a little bit of that, you are able to pass the first level of creation on that. 3 more stand in your way to making that spell.
Beautiful. Yeah, past that, I would definitely hand over the mask if somebody came to my room and requested it.
Okay.
That would be me. Knock, knock.
Oh, hey man, how you doing? What do you need?
I'm doing a bit better. I talked with Honor last night, and she might be able to remove this curse since it's all blood stuff.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, do you wanna come with and check it out or no?
Yeah, I'm down to go with.
All right, let's go. And I would assume Honor's staying in the same area as well.
Yeah, easy enough to get a hold of her. You've seen her in the front room a lot during the day. It kind of seems to be like where she hangs out and uses her area. She hasn't shown you guys her room or anything, but easy enough to find her. Given that she's the newest spellwright, it also seems like a lot of the more mundane day-to-day things she might be kind of the administrator of, so she deals with a lot of that up front. So you go up front, you find her, no problem. She gives you both a nod and kind of a knowing look as you walk up and says, good morning, gentlemen. How are you this morning?
Better.
Definitely a lot better.
Yeah. I have the mask we were talking about last night. If you want to take a look at it.
I'm gonna pull it out of the bag and start to hand it over.
She casts Mage Hand, and a red kind of translucent colored, translucent but still like red tinted colored hand picks it up and moves it towards her. She pulls out a feather, and Milo, you recognize her version of the Identify spell as she kind of moves over the top of it. Well, let's see. This would be a bit more complicated than I thought initially, but I think it can be done. Would the two of you have any kind of magic that could dispel or remove something like this yourself? This is newly cursed, so I think I can stop it from being completely entrenched, but I am going to have to handle the removal of the curse itself, and we'll need to cut the connection some other way while I'm doing that.
I think we're both kind of good at negating magic, but curses are something that I'm not very experienced with.
The curse itself, I can isolate and remove. It's its connection to the mask that we need to dispel. That is of an arcane nature and is part of the ritual that was being done under the house. I think dispelling that part of it would work if we do it in concert.
Well, let's get started.
Fantastic. Come. We have rooms exactly for this type of thing.
God, I love this stuff.
Yeah, and she takes you to this like kind of lab-like area. It's almost like a lab, like you expect to see beakers and stuff, but it's almost more set up just to be a place for like a magical item to sit. And it is a very sturdy room. As you walk in, she turns and moves her hand. She kind of waves her hand over the door, and this like big stone door closes behind you guys. You look, there's no windows in this room. It seems like this room is meant to, if something bad goes wrong, contain it in this room. But nonetheless, she brings the two of you in here, places the mask on a small little stone kind of display area that's on a larger table, and begins to let me see here for this part. Yeah, it doesn't pull out any components or anything, but you go ahead.
Can Milo take a look around the room?
You can. There's not much around the room.
Okay.
It doesn't look. It looks like this is a room not meant to house or store things, but is like it's a magical practice space.
Yeah,
it's a magical practice space. Yeah, but it doesn't currently have any magical items or anything. As well, I will cast the curse removal, and then I'll need one of you to dispel from there. It is quite strong. I don't suppose any of you could cast, we're going to use game terms, which always kind of breaks immersion, but 6th level spells.
Oh, I can only do it
Oof.
4.
Yeah, that's about where I'm sitting at too.
Okay. Then this won't be automatic, and we'll have to give it our best shot.
Well, Ekimos.
Yep.
If it pops up, do you want to take the first one? I'll back it up.
Yeah,
and then
we
we
could
can
do it.
use silvery barbs to. Well, I don't know if that's gonna work. But yeah, I'll back you up.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so I don't believe. I think Silvery Barbs is more saving
Yeah,
throw,
save success.
and this roll is kind of, I think, a
Can we
little different than
counter
that.
it? Or no?
Well, that's what I was thinking about the counter magic. You could counter, and then I could either counter or dispel, but we have to see how the process goes.
Right.
I just know that your magic seems to come back quicker than mine.
So, and Ekimos, for you, this has become a more and more familiar sight. Honor takes the dagger and again cuts across her palm, but she does both palms this time.
Ooh.
And blood, she puts her hands on the table, and blood just starts to leave her hands and almost create a little bowl for this mask as it lifts it up into the air, and it folds itself over the mask and then creates, it's the mask but a bigger version. It looks like the mask shaped, but it's like a mask box essentially that is covered by this blood. And you see her kind of very calmly, eyes closed, doing this manipulation. And as she begins to move more blood around it, you start to see kind of a glowing nature to the blood, and some sigils around it start to appear. She begins to speak words in low tones. And Ekimos and Milo, both of you feel a little bit of a wave. And it doesn't like physically move you, but you feel that magical surge of energy. And she says, without opening her eyes, "Now is the time. I have the curse isolated here."
Oh, then
All right. You going, or you want me to get it?
Can you dispel, or can you counterspell?
I can dispel, but it's only 4th level.
Same. Let's both do it.
Okay, with our powers combined.
Dispel magic.
A double dispel magic, really. So that will double up your guys' chances for doing it on this first try here. So go ahead and roll me an ability check, which, hey, it's ability check. If Silvery Barb says you can reroll an ability check, this does count as an ability check according to Dispel Magic. It's going to use your spellcasting ability, so it's going to be different for you two guys, but it's going to be 16 for the DC.
Okay.
So both you guys go ahead and roll.
Oh, baby, nat 20 plus 8.
Damn. And I got 17.
Okay. So, Milo, for you, this inky magic starts to gather between your hands and shoots out, and it almost looks like Blot going for something really quickly, but it hits Honor's blood shell around this mask and kind of encompasses the whole thing and adds the black swirling to her red blood. So you've got this red and black kind of swirling swirl of magical energy over this thing right now. Natural 20 for a 28 is like just chef's kiss for how perfect that works with the story, Ekamos. You still have that cut on your hand from Honor the night before. And this using blood in this way has never been a thing that you have felt to do, but you start to see blood seep out from that wound, which that's the first time you've had blood seep from a wound since you died. And now you look down at your hand and it starts to drip. And you hear that same drip, drip, drip. And for a second, it reminds you of the dripping from the claws of Vesh when you were standing in the room, and it reconnected you to this magic. But for a moment, you feel control over the blood that's dripping down. And you start to begin to cast this magic to dispel this connection to the curse that Vesh has made to this divine magical item. And as that happens, you move up the blood into the air, and it turns from red into it's a red like spherical shape, and it turns from red into a bright light in the air. And it doesn't look red anymore. You only see sunlight coming from this orb. No more blood. And as it moves down towards the mask, it hits that swirling liquid form that both Milo and Honor's magic have created together. And the sunlight spreads across it, almost like lightning at first. The cracks spread through the shell. And from those cracks, light expands out from the shell back towards you, and you hear a loud audible cracking as the shell dissipates and a blinding flash hits the room. Honor kind of gives out a little bit of a yell and turns her eyes away. And as your vision comes back to you, the three of you, over the next few seconds, Ekamos, you look to see the mask. Its original golden color.
Holy shit.
Shit, man, it worked.
Dude, that was nuts. I didn't know that's never happened to me. Like, yeah, Honor, she needed my blood, and I haven't bled since before I died.
And you're bleeding now?
Yep. But it doesn't hurt. I don't know. Or does it hurt?
Oh my god.
Yeah. What the... Shit, man.
Honor, I have never seen anything like that before.
She looks worried. Her face is super. You see fucking stress on her face.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I have never seen anything like this before either. There is a weaving of divine and arcane energy within this curse, or that was within this curse. The whole ritual reeks of a perversion of different types of magic being weaved together. I'm glad that this worked. And she lifts it back up with a mage hand, takes the feather out again, and begins to cast over it just to make sure. A minute passes, and she hands it back over and says, I think this might be a bit more potent for you now.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
Nah, the mask itself.
Is it stronger?
She hands it back over, and rather than her telling you the mechanics of it, rather than having 2 charges, you now have 6 charges. And you can upcast at a higher level for using an equivalent amount of charges.
Damn.
If you're casting on yourself, it still takes 2 charges per level.
guess I'll reach out and grab it and put it on.
You put it back on, and as you do, you feel sunshine on your body. You feel sunlight warming you again, and you feel back to being embraced by the Dawnfather.
How do you feel, man?
Feel like what I felt before. Like feels good. I feel like warmth for once.
Warm and bleeding is a good sign.
Yeah.
I
Closer to
think.
living, I hope. Yeah.
Well,
Crazy.
Honor, is there anything that you're gonna need from us before the party of parties, or?
There's nothing I need. I've got some preparing to do myself before then. And I think I've got quite a bit of research I'd like to do.
Ekamos, I think I'm gonna go rest up real quick.
Yeah, I could too, for sure. That was a lot.
Mess hall?
Yeah.
I'm down for some food.
Let's get it.
All right, so you guys go back to the mess hall. Breck, what about you, man? What are you doing for the day before the party of parties?
I'm just hanging out in the mess hall, man.
Okay. So go ahead. Yeah.
I guess asking maybe if there's anywhere I could place bets on the upcoming festivity.
Oh, if that's the question you're asking, so if you're in the mess hall asking that, then you find a mercenary mage who is happy to answer the question, and he happily gives you the answer. Brago, that's who you're looking for. He gives you a bit of a description. It's a human male. He's one of the mercenary mages also. He says he handles all the betting. He's a bookie around here. If you make a bet, make sure and pay up. They don't take kindly to deadbeats around here.
Yeah, I can understand that. Where would I find this Brago?
It's usually around the tavern, down couple floors down.
All right. Well, thank you for your information.
And he just grabs his stuff and heads out. If you wanted to head that way, there is like a basement level where there's not a ton of stuff. But he does mention a small tavern in the basement area.
Yeah, I'm gonna head down there.
Okay. You walk down, and it's kind of very speakeasy style, very understated. It's not like a lively tavern or anything. It seems like a place where it's not like a place to make money. It's a place for people to go to get a quiet drink if they want to. Go ahead and roll me. This one will be. I'll give you either history or perception on this one.
15.
15. Okay, pretty good. You kind of look around, and the liquors that you see on the shelves in this room are vast and expansive. There are liquors, wines, ales, brews from all over the farthest reaches of Exandria. You see things you've never seen in here before. With a 15, if you had to guess, there is tens of thousands of gold worth of alcohol in this room.
Damn. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and make my way up to the bar then.
Okay, yeah, there is just a bartender wearing just some simple clothing here. They are happy to pour you whatever you'd like. He says, we got a couple dwarven brews from Craghammer, if that's your taste.
Sure, I'll give it a try.
He pulls out a dwarven etched mug. It looks like it has symbols to the Allhammer on it, and pours you a drink. It's a nice like stout brew. Pretty good. It's definitely like got a dwarven kick to it, and has a bit higher alcohol content than most.
want to ask the bartender: Is there a Bragan? Was his name?
Brago, yeah. And he points over to the corner, and you see the guy that was described to you. He's wearing some clothes, and it looks like he's writing on some parchments. There's a stack of parchments that he is he'll look through, write some stuff, go put it back, look through some more things, taking notes.
How much is this going to cost me? And if you don't mind, I'd like to get an extra one for him.
Oh, no, friends of the hall are drink free here.
Oh, well, all right. Well, I'd like to get an extra one for him anyway.
Of course. Here's what he drinks. And he hands over a green-colored drink from a very nice crystal bottle.
Thank you. Then I'm gonna make my way over there.
Okay. You head over there, and it's a round table. There are 2 other seats that are pushed in, but there are not many people. I would say there's probably 3 or 4 other people in the tavern in general, so you don't have to push past the crowd or anything to get to him. But he's there in the table, yeah.
Brago, was it?
And he looks up. And he smiles after seeing you. Yes, I'm Brago.
I hear you're the man I go to for placing bets.
And smile grows bigger. That I am. Glad you could find your way here.
Well, there's the upcoming festivities. How would I go about placing a bet on a team that really isn't established yet?
Well, if they end up in the party, then what you can do is tell me your bet now and pay up before the actual rounds start. I'm fine with that. We have 3 spots open right now. From there, depending on who they're up against, is what the pay, or that will determine the payout. So, won't be able to tell you what it'll be if you're betting on them until after rounds are announced.
Well, I'll be putting 500 gold on the Crimson Catalyst.
500 gold on the Crimson Catalyst. That's a hefty bet. Given that they're newcomers and not super established, there'll probably be pretty good odds for you on that. But once we know who they're up against, then I'll be happy to give you those odds and let you know what a payout will be.
Fantastic.
Puts his hand up for a handshake.
Oh yeah, I'll shake his hand.
Okay. This is if you'd like to give me the gold now, I can take the gold now. I have an impeccable reputation, but I understand if you want to wait until they're actually announced.
Oh no, you can take the gold now.
Fantastic. His smile grows even bigger, taking a pouch of 500 gold pieces. Any other bets to place? We've got...
No, not at all. I would assume I can collect my winnings here, correct?
You can find me here most days. If not, you can talk to the bartender and he'll get a hold of me.
Fantastic. Thank you, Brago. Oh, and this is for you. I'm going to hand him the drink.
Thank you. Nods at you, nods at the bartender, kind of gives a little cheers. He says, the Mithril Guardians are expected to take it all. Nice time to put a bet on them, too.
I'm just going to laugh heartily as I walk out.
Okay. Cool. That's a big bet. 500 gold pieces placed on the Crimson Catalysts. Nice. Anything else for you, Breck?
No, I'm just going to make my way back to the mess hall.
Okay, got it. All right. I think we hit everybody for the day. Is there anything else anybody wants to do before then?
I was going to see if I could do something as I was studying.
Yeah, what do you got?
I am going to... I assume I was there for quite a while throughout the day.
Mm-hmm. I would assume so, yeah. In order to get
I would like to take 10 minutes and do Find Steed.
Okay.
Form of Mastiff.
Okay.
And I'm going to do the same thing I did at the dinner and cast Invisibility on Nara and see if she can't find a restricted area.
Okay. I would say you can go ahead and roll an investigation check with a Mastiff stats.
Yeah, that's the problem about this. It's like a great idea, but this might be tough. Investigation is intelligence.
Correct.
Oh no! All right. Yeah, so we could just forget about this whole thing. So Mastiffs have a -4 to intelligence.
Oh man, that's rough. Yeah, and I
rolled a
mean,
4.
just kind of sniff it. It's hard to sniff for restricted section, right? Like all the books smell like fucking books. So Nara has a hard time like figuring out what to sniff for, and ends up spending most of the time thinking about, yeah, it smells like a fucking book. What am I going to try and find here? Nope, that doesn't smell like a restriction section to me. What the fuck does a restriction section smell like? And sounds like the roll was bad enough that that is not going to work out.
Yeah, it's a -4 on that modifier, and I rolled a 4. So
Okay, so it's 0. Yep. Nara comes back about 2 hours later. I'd say invisibility lasts what, 10 minutes?
I think it's an hour.
An hour for invisibility? Okay. So then Nara comes back in an hour before going back to being visible. And just as she becomes visible again, just sitting there, just kind of forgetting that there was a task in the first place.
Just picture Groot bringing back all the wrong things.
Yeah, right. Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be possible to cast Arcane Recovery while I'm sitting at the table?
Yeah, you can roll short rest. That's fine. There'd be plenty of time to do that, so I have no problem with that. Arcane Recovery, man. You got to use it every chance you can get. I don't know how that goes.
No joke. So this might be the second time I've ever used it.
Cool. All right. So then, let's see. As the day passes, everybody feels a bit of anticipation for the party. And unless there's anything anybody wants to do, we can hop to the party.
I am going to turn into my new digs first. Get my nice suit on and everything.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do my hair. Find something that smells good and rub it on me.
I just assume everybody's putting on their new ones.
That's what I figured.
Okay.
Unless anybody doesn't want to, but that's what I figured.
No, throw them bad boys on. I ain't spend a pretty penny for nothing.
Very cool. All right. So as everybody gets on their new party digs, the group just walks out of the rooms and sees in the hall almost like a magical, it's not a bridge because it's not over anything, but it's like we got a little party visitor. It's almost like a walkway that has guardrails that will lead people into the party from the beginning of the hall where the entrance is. But as you guys walk out of your rooms and walk towards the entrance to start going to the party, you guys do see Honor is there. But she, instead of wearing her normal dwarven garb, she is instead, now the image I'm going to draw for you guys, the tiefling itself doesn't match what she looks like, but the outfit is what she's wearing as something a little bit more formal than her normal dwarven attire. But she has a striking look on her face as she sees you all approach. And she gives you a smile. You can tell it's like a professional forced smile, but she is happy to have you here. And she says, I've caught wind of all of your new name. Crimson Catalysts. I like it. I thought I would match the aesthetic that you all had.
I just assumed that was what your casual attire looked like.
She goes,
That's just your vibe.
Actually, it is. I'm very rarely in any other colors. They work. I mean, I'm white and red. They work well. Things don't go very well with white and red. To find something for both, you just use those colors.
Fair enough.
Well, shall we head in?
After you.
And with that, she begins to walk down this walkway. And as you guys move past 200 feet or so, once you get past 200 feet, there are what looks like plates sitting in the air with hors d'oeuvres and champagne flutes with bubbly alcoholic beverages, one on one side, one on the other. And there's a tray in the air, probably about every 10 feet or so, and each of them has a different type of hors d'oeuvre. There's think of the most succulent and appetizing appetizers you could think of, and they're there. There's different smoked meats and fruits from everywhere on Exandria, a mix of them. You've got bacon wrapped dates, plums, you've got all kinds of varieties of appetizers of all sorts that you can grab as you walk down. And the further you get and the closer you get to the party, you can hear voices, not loud or raucous like in a tavern. There's no cacophony here. It is the low hush of people talking quietly as you walk into a party where there are a lot of people, but no crazy behavior going on. And you look around and see a very, it's like walking into a masquerade ball for a bunch of rich and powerful people, an equivalent for us. There are your guys' outfits are, as you said, Elvor, not the top, but close to the top. There's some top outfits here as well. There, in particular, the Spellrights. You can almost look around and pick out the 24 different Spellrights just because of their the gatherings that happen around them, their proximity to other adventuring parties, and just the presence that they carry themselves.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, but you do turn heads yourselves as you walk in. There's no adventuring party and Spellright that are quite so coordinated as you all are. And as Honor walks into the room, being the newest Spellright herself with all of you behind, heads turn, and the murmur that's loud gets a little bit quieter for a moment as everybody looks to see who Honor chose as her party. And as you get closer, there is a half-orc attendant there wearing a nice suit and asks, how should we announce the party? And she looks and she asks Honor, but Honor looks back to all of you. What say you? Bastion's Watch or the Crimson Catalyst? How should you be known this evening?
So we didn't rebrand for nothing, boys. I vote Crimson Catalyst.
We should be announced like Knight's Tale.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Then with that, the half-orc turns. You see casts a bit of spell for some voice magnification and announces, now entering the party of parties, the newest Spellright in the League of Miracles, Honor Kinabari, and her adventuring party, the Crimson Catalysts. And you hear like clapping as you all come in, and as you walk into the room, you do, as you guys walk through, there's some eyes that turn your way, and you guys seem to be causing conversation among the attendees of the party here.
Can I use minor illusion to spell out Crimson Catalyst above us as we walk in?
I think there's a size restriction on Crimson Catalyst on minor illusion. Check it for me, because I think it's a
5 foot cube.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Absolutely, you got a 5 foot cube that says Crimson Catalyst.
Can I do the same thing and extend it to 10?
Yeah, I'll let you guys do that. Sure.
Back
yeah.
half of the word, man. Very excited.
Yeah, we each take a word.
Yeah,
Get Crimson, I got Catalyst.
I gotta ask for some flavor though on this. How do you guys make that appear? Is it just in red block letters, or what's this look like?
Like 1980s horror movie dripping blood.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky
Like the
Horror
title of
Picture Show?
Cocaine Bear. Yeah, Rocky Horror
Yeah.
Picture Show too. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I
got
like
it.
nudge. I nudge Alivor's like play something.
I said, where the hell? I say, yeah, I was gonna say I've got my silent image that I could have done, but y'all got that already. Nah. I was. What the hell do you want me to play? I have a fucking lute. Like, we're not supposed to meant to be upbeat lute shit. Like,
Play something eerie and solid.
okay, Josh. I'll attempt. You guys know how this goes, but all right.
Play some like emo shit or something, dude.
Yeah, I'll try to play something eerie or solemn or whatever the hell the group wants me to play. So
Okay, sure.
attempt. Oh, the best performance I've ever
I was
made.
say if it's good, it'll be your best performance of the campaign so far.
It's a 26.
A 26. Give me the vibe.
Boys, what do y'all want? God.
Let's just throw it back like we had in the group chat, the old Chemical Romance.
Oh my God.
All
right,
You
that's
guys-
That's
you
what
guys
we're going
keep
with.
me on my toes. All right, here we go. This is the closest vibe I got for something like that.
That works. I want
And
everyone to be somewhat unsettled, just like here, the how probably Ekamos felt whenever he went into that bloody basement.
all right, here you got a really fucking good performance roll. Here's what I'm gonna ask. You're playing a song and it's so good, and because people's eyes were already turned, everybody's attention turns. And they start listening to the song that you're playing. And you rolled high enough that an improvised song of this vibe, you can tell a story in the song of the Crimson Catalysts. Do you? And if so, what is the story that you tell?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to tell a story with this. It's gonna be shit. So I don't quite know. What do you mean, like?
What story, like, so right now is an opportunity to, like, here's the song that you're playing as the Crimson Catalysts are being introduced.
Mhm.
What's the intro song, and what is the story of the Crimson Catalysts that you want to tell here?
It's gonna be we're gonna keep it with the dark theme. It's gonna be kind of just a story of, I guess you could say, deceit and betrayal, with lots of leaning very heavily on the death aspect, just kind of very, very solemn and gloomy, yet still invoking the creepy, like, fear and eerie vibe of kind of what our party's gone through. We've gone through a lot of like I said, a lot of deceit and betrayal, but there's also been a lot of dark turns that we've taken and done ourselves, and kind of leaning heavily on that aspect as well.
And then you sing a song about the darkness inside of us all, the darkness that the Crimson Catalysts both fight and embrace, the darkness that that must exist for the light to matter at all. And as you get the entranced view of all of the people in the audience, Honor sees this, and she takes her white staff and lifts it up and begins to cast a spell. And she's going to cast Programmed Illusion. And the words Crimson Catalyst that Varric and Milo had made, she takes over that illusion and expands out into a 30-foot cube that makes a moving diorama that plays out the scenes that you're describing that Crimson Catalyst have done while you sing the song, Alivor. And the crowd goes completely quiet as you finish the song. And as the last note hits, all of the blood kind of moves in this like funnel whirlpool motion down to the top of Honor's staff. And she just taps it on the ground. And as she taps it on the ground, roses grow on each of your little vests. Blood red roses.
God, fucking beautiful.
And the room is dead silent, watching all of you entranced.
Let's go. Now, boys, we
That's how
can't
you
get
fucking do it, Elvor.
That's how you make a fucking entrance right there. God, the best
All
ever.
the times we've known.
When it needed.
When it happened.
When you needed me most.
Just like you clap him on the shoulder. You did it, man.
Finally.
I'm just like, I'm just inside. I'm just fucking ecstatic because I've finally been able to do more shit. Oh, that's great. That's beautiful. That's amazing.
Cool. All right, so you guys are at the party of parties. Everybody's watching you, and what you do next, you have the attention of the room. That doesn't mean you necessarily have to address these guys or anything, but you guys can now walk freely through the party and do what you like.
Are you not entertained? No, I'm kidding.
Is there anyone of an like extreme importance here?
Oh,
Where's
that's an interesting
where's
I was
Grimm's
gonna
friend?
say, huh?
Where's Grimm's buddy?
Oh, yeah.
So I'll
I
let
was
you
gonna
guys
say,
roll
you-
either perception checks or investigation checks. Let's do Varric and Alvor. You guys are the guys who asked, so let's have you roll
Yeah.
either perception or investigation on that.
And say with that vibe and that entrance, we just walk up to the most important person in the room or something like that. Just literally, like lay a dick on a table
Stover Alpen, though.
like that. Damn these rolls!
That's a 25 investigation.
Okay.
You said investigation or perception.
Yeah, either fine.
That's gonna be a 23 perception from me.
We
Yeah.
see everything.
You do. Both of you guys are able to find Stolver no problem. He's wearing far nicer clothing and gear than you had seen him the other night. It is the same color. He's wearing kind of an all black getup. He still has like some ornamental, more like spiky type things on his shoulders, but otherwise not in full armor. Isn't donning any weapons, but he doesn't have a party around him currently, and is walking around the room as if he's kind of looking around at people and kind of looking for people to talk to and strike up a conversation with.
Does he have like a drink or anything? Or is
Oh
he
yeah,
just
for sure. Yeah, he's one of the champagne flutes.
Can I accidentally bump into him?
Are you trying to? You're trying to do it accidentally, huh? If you're trying to do it accidentally, let's see.
First, is he like standing by himself, or is there like people around him? Like
There's certainly people around him, but he's not talking to anybody currently. He's
Okay.
looking around for people to talk to. And I think for this is going to be a dexterity check. It'd be dexterity to make it look like you're faking it.
Eesh. Oh God. Let's see. It had to be dexterity. Oh no.
Varric
So I
busts his ass.
No, so I have a -1 on dexterity. I rolled a 2.
Oh,
He just straight up shoulder checks and stares at him.
No, so with a natural one, here's what happens.
It's not a natural one.
Well, sorry, you're right. Thank you
It's
for
a
pointing that
dirty
out.
one.
It's a dirty one.
Dirty one.
A dirty one. Okay, got it. So with a dirty one, you're able to go and you make it look like you're shoulder checking him. Hell, it even looks good enough to, if it connects, then he'd think it's an accident. But he just kind of dodges out of the way and just kind of gives a little chuckle at you as you walk by.
Okay. Can I continue walking away, and then can I have Nara like nip his ankle? Not my hey. It doesn't have to be my dog.
Who let a dog in?
Have you had Nara with you the whole time?
Yeah. Well,
Okay. And because with Fine Seed, you can't dismiss and have reappear like a familiar? I just want to make sure.
No. So when I use Nara in her mastiff form, it's more for like reconnaissance, like doing like things. Obviously not like straight up combat or anything.
Oh no, oh for sure. But
she's
like,
off, like, doing
she's
her
been
own-
with you the whole time. If people have seen you with the dog, you know what I mean. Like that's, I guess, what I'm getting at. Rather than the dog appears and bites someone, the dog that's been following you bites someone.
Yeah. Okay, we won't do that.
Okay, got it. Just want to make sure. Just want to clarify. Just checking all those details.
But as I do that, and I see him move, I still want to be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't like bump into you or like make you spill your drink or anything."
He says, "Oh, not at all. No worries. I'm perfectly fine the way I am."
The name's Varric. Nice to meet you.
Hmm.
You are.
And he leans in. Varric, I know who you are, and you know who I am. Let's not play this game. And he turns around and walks off.
I hate that I'm not dexterous.
Say, hey, was Varric like off by himself or something?
I mean, not so far that you guys wouldn't see that happening.
What was he a human?
Mhm.
Okay. I'll just chuckle and say, "Oh, okay. We'll be seeing you, Stover."
No response and walks off. He sees a group of 3 or 4 mercenary mages and begins to sit and talk cheerily with them.
Cool.
Wants to play little games. All right. He can get
It's
the
a
bonk
social
later,
event. This is
too.
the time to do stuff.
Oh no, I'm not saying. I'm saying him. I said he can get the bunk just like everyone else.
Bonk. What's everybody else doing at the party?
Drinking, yes.
Yes, there's so much drink.
And honestly, I would just be like, ask old, wow, name slip. She's sponsoring us. What's her name?
Honor.
There it is. Okay. Just Honor would be like, so what are we like supposed to do? We made our entrance and everything. We just like a chit chat event. We just hang out and talk to people, or what are we supposed to do here?
What kind of bard are you? It's a social event. It's a meet and greet for people who are in the tournament.
Okay, I know I'm a bard, all right. I just don't know if
it's a party.
Oh,
it's a
okay.
party of parties.
Well, this is a very stiff party. Everyone seems a little on edge, and that's not no party I've been to. My party's a lot livelier, okay?
And she does kind of like let loose just a little bit. You've seen her usually pretty stoic, but she lets loose just a little bit. She kind of leans in and whispers to where nobody can read her lips. These parties are stuffy and boring as hell, but they are a necessary evil to reinforce your status in the league. Make yourselves interesting, make yourselves known, and that will help you make connections.
Perfect. After she says, make yourself interesting and known, is there a band in the room? Like, is there like other bards or like something?
There are instruments playing in the room currently.
Oh,
It looks
they're
like
just,
there
like,
is
floating and
some
shit?
magical instrument. Yeah, exactly right. They are
great.
wanting to show off their magic and are doing so. But again, you caught the attention of the room with that song.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I try to play something else, I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck it up somehow. I'm just trying to think of ways to liven up the party, you know?
As you're kind of walking around trying to think of ways to do so, you feel a tap on your shoulder.
Hello? Turn around.
And you turn around and see wearing a kind of formal gown that has kind of like at the sternum a prismatic black gem. Annika.
Oh, yeah.
Good
So, well.
to see you again.
Long time no see.
Glad you were able to make it.
Oh, wouldn't miss it. Did you catch the little entrance over there? Just smirk.
She says, I came in a bit late. I don't think I did. Was it good?
Ooh, that stung a little bit. Say I don't like to toot my own horn, but literally everyone in the room was watching, so
Wow, sounds impressive.
So, what are you doing here? Like, anyone? Shit. What am I trying to say? Trying to get like, what is she? Like, what is her goal here? So,
You're asking her that?
yeah.
She says, "I'm
Like, what are you up to?
I'm a mercenary mage of the league. I have to
I
come to
know
events
that.
like these." Yeah.
Say,
What's your passive insight?
my passive insight is 13.
13. Okay, got it. Yeah. She says, "Yeah, I'm a member of the league. I have to be here. I told you I'd be here, and so I'm here, and we're here talking."
Lovely. Say it's quite
What?
the outfit you got on there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You as well. Lots of red.
Oh, name. I figured we'd get it all nice, neat together. Look pretty. Oh, shit. I say anyone of importance here that we should be focusing on, since you're part of the upper echelon here.
Oh no, I've got quite a ways to go before the upper echelon. There are lots of important people here, I would say. And you see her look around the room, and she points at a older woman, and it says, "I would say she is somebody to avoid, and everybody else here probably fine, but that person is the worst, and you should stay away from them."
See, now that just makes me want to talk to her even more. But I will take your advice.
And she kind of finishes her drink, and there's a passing silver platter that looks like it's being carried magically, and she drops it off on there. As well, good to see you, Alivor. Maybe we'll see you around at the party tonight.
Hope so. Shit.
And she just sits there waiting before leaving.
I don't do good on the spot, okay? I have to think.
I know, but I'm rolling that into Alivor because it's a good moment for Alivor to not know what to say on the spot too.
So I guess I'll just be like, I guess I will see you around. Say, hopefully. I don't know. Fucking suck. I'm sorry.
You guys all see Alivor eat it.
I just falling flat on my fucking face right here, bro. I am
shaking my head.
And Annika walks off. You guys see this mercenary mage kind of dressed up in a really nice gown who is talking with him.
I'm just like, shit, god damn it, fucking idiot, stupid. Just beating myself up real good for that one.
And she walks off. All right, what about others? We got a big party, guys.
Lady Kenibari.
Yes, Milo.
Do you mind if I accompany you this evening? I'm curious about some of the, people on your level. More of like a magical networking, if you will.
Not at all. It'd be pleasant to have company and not have to deal with the drudgery myself. And she kind of puts her arm. She puts her arm out like she's looking to interlock with yours.
I take it.
Okay. And she walks around. And what I'll say is, if you're hanging out with Honor, she is. Just roll me a perception check to this is just going to have the dice help out figure out how much you learn while talking to her.
It's 25.
Oh, 25. It's super good. She is speaking to most of the spell rights, and it is quite obvious that there's a little bit of weight for mercenary mages to speak to a spell right, but the spell rights themselves have enough status that they can go and speak with each other. There's also a familiarity, given that there's 24 of the spell rights only, and many, many, many more mercenary mages that work for the league below them. So you pick up on her speaking with them. With a 25, you pick up quite a few things while weaving in and out of the party. In particular, the names of about half of the other groups. You guys have learned about the Jade Dancers, the Inebriants, and I've also heard of the Mithril Guardians. But there is also the Scorpion Trust, the Masks of Fable, the Broken Corks, the Gore Group, Divine Despots, Ailing Immortals, Rust Force, Remnants, and the Copper Dozen. And with a 25, it's just high enough that you learn that the Ailing Immortals is the first group that you will be fighting.
Ailing Immortals. There's some very interesting teams we'll be competing against. I'm very curious about these Ailing Immortals.
Seems a bit narcissistic if you ask me, but probably a bunch of elves. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult.
No, I totally understand. Sometimes
Hey,
there is
now.
a portion of pretentiousness that comes along with one of my halves, I guess.
Cultural differences. That's all. I'm sure there's many things that would surprise you about other species as well.
I wonder if we can get any insights as to what they can do.
Well, she looks around. They're right over there. I can go distract this spellwright if you'd like to talk to them.
I was kind of hoping to pick up information as we wandered through, but let's just continue our way.
So we shall. And if you're not doing that specific operation, then what you would be able to gather, roll me an insight check. But I'm going to have you roll a disadvantage since you're not doing it directly.
It's a 5.
That's a 5. Okay, so not super great. But what you can tell from that is that is a group of 5. Groups can be 5 to 7 in the party of parties. That they have 2 casters in the group.
Would it be possible to identify a leader of the party?
There's an Ashari Stone Guard. You assume that they're the leader.
Yeah.
It's a female Ashari Stone Guard. She's big and beefy.
Cool. Yeah, and I'm just gonna continue on, kind of trying to trap up more information like that.
Okay, cool. Got it. What about Ekamus and Breck? You guys got anything specific you want to do at the party here?
Agmos is mostly just gonna be laying low, reserved.
Okay.
Whatnot, yeah.
Wearing the mask?
Yeah.
Okay. You get a few comments on it. What would you say to people who ask about the mask?
Just be straight up and be like, I'm pretty messed up face, bad scarring, so I figured I didn't want to like startle anybody.
Okay. Roll me a charisma check to represent
Oh,
those
yeah.
conversations.
Oh yeah, I can do that. No
Oh,
problem. Oh, is it just a flat charisma with the modifier?
Flat charisma with mod, yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, baby. 23.
23. With that, everybody keeps asking, and you get more and more, and people look over at you more and more, and an air of mystery starts to build around the man in the golden mask. And throughout the night, the other members of the party hear whispers, "Who's the one in the golden mask? Did you see his stat?" Like they're just kind of talking about the mystery of who you are and what happened that you stay masked. And with the 23, yeah, you it's not that anybody knows who you are, but you are building a little bit of a name and image.
Little
for yourself
mystique.
there. Yeah, exactly.
Little Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Breck, what about you?
I'm also kind of trying to lay low a little bit. A couple of drinks.
Okay.
Just kind of sizing groups up as I walk through.
Okay, yeah. So for that, if you want to pick, I've got those names again, and I can give you a little bit of a breakdown of. Actually, you know what? Roll me 2d12 and tell me what the results are. Let's do it that way.
One is a 9 and one is a 4.
Okay, so you with the 4, you look at the group. You find the group, the Broken Corks. They're kind of getting into it a little bit with the inebriants, and both being groups who have almost like an alcohol themed name. They almost seem like they have to puff up and like, no, we're gonna drink the most. And you can see that they are getting in an argument just at the end of a drinking contest between the two groups. You're not sure how exactly it played out, but they're kind of gruff and starting to get a little bit loud with each other. The loudest bit anybody has gotten any volume of their voice with everybody in the party at this point. But very quickly, the one of the spellwrights comes in, kind of leans over and whispers some words of reminder, and both groups very quickly shut the fuck up. Depending on what, or I guess rather, you can imagine what was said in order to very quickly get them in line. But as you are sizing them up, you can see. Go ahead and roll me insight check for this. Will be for the two groups.
21.
21, super fucking good. So the Broken Corks, despite the Jade Dancers being mostly combat, the Inebriants having a couple casters, the Broken Corks looks like mostly casters. And they are definitely people who partake as well. Just a variety of people. It doesn't look like they're from one area or anything. They're certainly not as organized as you guys are. Let's see. I would say for the Broken Corks, there's 7 of them, 5 casters and 2 fighters in that group. And then I would say what was it? Was a 4 and a 9, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
The other one is Remnants, and you see that they are kind of off to the side. They're a little bit confused. You see confused discussion happening among them, and with a high insight check that you rolled, they seem rather capable themselves, but nobody's coming to talk to them. Everybody seems to be like avoiding them, and with that high of an insight check, they're confused about like why that is. And you can overhear a little bit of discussion about, well, we're named Remnants. Nobody thought about that. Nobody thought the name of the fucking vampires that are sticking around and followed like evil things. We shouldn't have checked to see if our name had been used in something fucking else. And you pick up that they're probably thinking about name changes themselves as well. But they are essentially like the odd man out in terms of groups. They're ousted, and none of the other groups really like them. So that may be information that's good for like betting, or for like just knowing where they stand generally with everybody else. But they look like a pretty even mix of casters and fighters.
And they were remnants, you said?
Remnants was the name.
Okay.
But you did pick up that probably will not stay their name.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just going to continue to sip my drink and just people watch.
Okay, cool. It's about this time of the night. What I would say is you guys understand is about halfway through the party that the music dies down and the half-orc that was introducing everybody comes as everybody circles up around her. And she says, "It's time now to offer a bit of a challenge to the parties. The League has found it fitting that whoever is able to succeed in a feat of strength gives their team an advantage in the first round." And starts to look around and turns and begins to cast a spell, and the floor begins to lift up in a kind of a rectangular shape. And as it lifts up, behind it and below is some steps that basically move up to a platform that's about like 40 by 30 feet. And on it is a what looks like a large humanoid-shaped mechanical construct creature of some sort. Looks like it's bluish, kind of has an odd look. I can actually give you, I'll drop in Discord what the thing is on the platform that you guys see. And she continues and says, "Our friends at the Library of the Cobalt Soul have granted us use of one of their Cobalt Golems for a feat of strength. For every round that a team can last without being felled by the Golem, you can cast that many levels of spell on a member or members of your group before the round begins. This is not an easy task, and there is the risk of death involved. And although we have many capable mages here, as well as clerics we've brought in to have on hand, you could die. But glory and winnings await. And to have an advantage at the beginning of the competition would help set up for that greatness. Do we have any takers?" And Breck, with you having looked around and having been closer to the inebriants, Drummond raises his hand. "I'll do it." And you see hands start to raise throughout the crowd. Not a ton. I would say probably about 8 or so hands start to raise to the crowd. And so then I'll ask you guys to give you the full mechanics of this, to move above table for a second and out of the narrative. This is a very hard creature. For each round you survive, your group can cast that level of spell before the round starts against the team you're going up against. I've done some rolls in the background. There are some other teams that have gained this advantage as well. But if you guys would like to take it on, you can. It is one person at a time that can do it, and whoever gets the highest, that will be the score for the bonus.
And just to clarify, we take this thing on in our party clothes, barehanded.
She says, we have we have attendants who can retrieve equipment for you if you would like. There'll be 20 minutes of preparing before the competition, or not competition, it's the whole thing, before the event begins.
And I just have to survive rounds?
So do we fight it 1v1 or can we fight with our teammates?
It's 1v1.
Oh, yeah. No, Brick, that's all you. Brick, Varric, you guys have at it.
You got it, Tankosaurus.
So, just for clarification, say myself or Breck did it. If we last one round of combat, is that what you're saying? If we last
No. So for every round of combat, you get a level of spell to use beforehand. For example, so the party. So for example, it's a little. I'm kind of doing it in a little confusing way, but so say you guys last 3 rounds, You can pick any number of spells from any number of people, so long as it equals to 3 levels of spell being used. You can have 3 people use 3 first level spells, or 1 person use a 3rd level spell, but it can be cast before the actual round in combat starts. So it's not a surprise round, but it's a prep round, and how many rounds this person lasts, whoever does it, will give you that many levels of spell to use beforehand. It's an advantage, but it can't be too much of an advantage. But it's like, you could do a bless beforehand, or, depending on what you guys decided to do, something like that.
And what about prior to stepping in the ring with this thing? Can I use my Shield of Faith, or do I have to wait till I get in?
That you would have to wait.
Okay.
But we can't use magic.
You can't use magic.
I think Milo's going to raise his hand.
Okay.
Oh God, let me see.
Oh yeah, Breck's raising his hand for sure.
I was gonna say, I hope Rick raises his hand. God
I mean, I was gonna raise my hand if I had to fight it in my party clothes. So.
No, I have faith in my party members.
Okay, we got Breck and Milo raising hands. Anybody else? Alvor said no. Ekamos, Varric?
Milo said yes.
Milo said yes.
See, yeah, I was gonna say right there. I'm just like, God, if Milo says yes.
What is did they say what the potential reward was for this?
The ability to cast spells beforehand. It's that boost beforehand. So if you guys are able to get this and you last at least a round, then you'll have a 1st level spell that you can cast. So that's what happens with 1 round. If you make it to round 2, or make it rather through round 2, then you can have either 2 1st level spells or 1 2nd level spell. 3 rounds.
Oh,
3
I mean
first level
like
spell. Oh.
like the end game. Like, say we last a bunch of rounds. Like, what do I get? Like, was it just for show or?
Oh yeah, this is just like a show for everybody. This is like a big event. Yeah, this is a show for everybody. It's in the middle of the thing and everybody's watching now.
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay.
I don't want to show anybody what I can do.
Okay, got it. All right. Milo and Breck, roll me a d20.
Oh, jeez.
Another question.
Yes.
If we like jump out of the ring or some shit, is that dequal?
Yes. You have to stay within the ring. There will be a magic barrier around it. If you get pushed out of the ring, then you're done.
So if I run over to the barrier and tap on it and start screaming, "Let me out," is that like shut it down? Is that the white towel?
There is no white towel.
Oh boy, here we go.
All I can
and they're kind of describing as they go, like as people's hands are up. Describe some of these details. 3 or 4 hands go down.
Say, all I can see now is that scene from Spider-Man. I got you for 3 minutes.
Name time.
Bone
saw.
All right, what's those d20s look like, guys?
7.
I got a 12.
Breck, you're going first.
Oof.
All right.
Did I get to watch anybody else fight it first, or am I just in it?
I would say you do get to watch other people first. They very astutely pick up on the crowd watching the Crimson Catalyst and save you 2 for last. You see that Drummond lasted for 3 rounds, and a member of the Gore group lasted for 3 rounds. Nobody else lasted.
What kind of attacks are we talking here? Is this thing throwing spells around?
It does have an ability where it brings the people closer to them. I would, yeah. It's hard to tell because it's a golem like this. It's kind of mechanical looking. Also, it's kind of hard to tell what the nature of it is. But it absolutely pulled Drummond closer. It knocked him prone and then hit it with his large sword.
Okay, cool.
But mostly physical attacks.
Yeah, man. I'm fucking step me on in there. Let's get it.
All right, here we go. First off, let's change that vibe.
This thing's gonna be fucking beefy.
Oh, All right, Breck walks up the steps to the platform, and all around the crowd of the room is here watching. I gotta set up one thing here real quick, the way we're doing this. And okay, there we go. And with that, Breck, you now back in your familiar armor, walk up the steps. As every step, you can hear the clink of the armor plates hitting each other, and you get up to the top and see the pool of blood to the left of you from the previous contender, who with one hit was almost completely killed.
I know the feeling.
With that, Breck, the lifeless creature in front of you starts to and stands up straight. And with that, sir, we need to roll initiative.
Oof, I got a 9.
9. Okay. As it comes to life, it looks over at you, raises its kind of large sword, and moves in your direction. 10, 15, 20. Double check movement here. Yeah. 35, 40. It's going to come up to you, and it is going to raise its unarmed sword for a slam attack. The first one is pretty low, a 19 to hit.
That does not hit.
Breck, you bring up your dwarven shield, and ringing out like a bell across this entire chamber where the party is, you hear a ding as it rings out, and you block the slam attack. While your shield's over on the other side, it brings down its sword to you. And that one's going to be a 28 to hit.
Ooh, that does hit.
And as the shield is blocking the slam, you try and bring it over in enough time, but you're surprised by the quickness of how fast that sword comes down. And this close, you're able to see the blue cobalt coming off of the minerals that have been overlaid on this thing's armor. And you take 21 points of slashing damage. And that is going to be the end of its turn.
All right. Well, I'm going to bonus action Shield of Faith.
Okay. That's a +2 to your AC, I believe?
Yep.
Okay. And is Shield of Faith concentration?
Yes.
Okay. I need to start remembering that one. Let's get that concentration ring on you. And
does Lay on Hands break concentration?
No, it doesn't. Another concentration spell or damage is what breaks concentration, or like being knocked unconscious.
All right. I'd like to kind of wheel around him so that my back is not to the edge of the ring.
Okay. You could go 5 feet would put you there.
Keep going all the way to his back.
Okay. Another 5 feet would put you right behind him.
And then I'm going to use 21 points of Lay on Hands.
Okay, got it. You do so, and you return 21 points of Lay on Hands. Anything else for your turn?
That'll do it right there.
Okay. We get back to the top. It's going to turn around. It's going to raise one of its arms for another slam attack. That one is a 23 to hit also.
That does not hit.
Does not hit, okay. And then it's going to come back around for the sword attack. You now focusing on trying to bring the shield around for the sword attack again. That one is going to be a 29 to hit.
I'm going to cast Shield.
Nice. Okay. So the same move, and that takes you up to 30, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the same move happens again. It comes down with the same arm attack and the same boom, and it raises the sword in the same way, and everybody else in the party hears gasps from the crowd. It's gonna happen again, and it comes down, and instead of trying to bring your actual shield around this time, you raise up your hands, and a shield spell comes out and stops the sword. So you have the sword on one side being pushed back by your shield, and your shield in your hand pushing back the arms as it's trying to like sandwich you between them, and it kind of comes back up, and it doesn't lose any distance or anything, but has to kind of like rebalance itself, and that is the end of its turn. You're up next.
I'm going to take the dodge stance.
Okay. Just going to go for disadvantage on the attacks?
Yep.
Okay, got it. So it sees you take the dodge stance, and it is going to kind of move its arms in, and they kind of lock down in place, and you hear a... I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, shit. That's a 27.
27. This magnetic pulse pulls you towards it, but you are able to put your foot down, plant, and not move. It is then going to follow up with a sword attack against you at disadvantage. Disadvantage on that, we're going to be at a 27 to hit.
I'm going to cast Shield.
Okay, another shield. As it comes down, it cracks, and now the crowd again, and they are just super at this point, like up in their seats. You've now lasted on this turn. Well, you've got your turn to do still, but this is now, as far as people have gone, the other two died on or went down on the next round, so you're catching up. It's your turn next. We're at the bottom of the round here. What are you doing?
Man, I'm just gonna hang out in my dodge stance.
Okay, just another dodge stance?
Yep.
Okay, moving it all?
No.
Okay, got it. All right, so this is round 4. Nobody made it through this round. It does not get that ability back. It's going to take its first slam attack. Man. So that is not quite going to be the crit that I rolled there, but we're looking at a 31 to hit.
Oh, that does hit.
Okay. That one is going to be 25 points of damage. And then it's going to make the sword attack. And on disadvantage, that's a natural 1. So that's going to be a 16 to hit. As it comes back down around to the other side, you're able to bring your shield up and easily deflect the sword this time. Now, at this point, there is a murmur among the crowd. Breck has survived its 4th turn. It's your turn, Breck. What would you like to do? So long as on your turn you don't go down, you will have gone farther than anybody else.
I will give myself 19 points of lay on hands.
Okay. Okay.
Which is the rest of it. And then, yeah, I'm going to hang out right there.
Oh, also roll me a concentration check for a DC 12 saving throw for concentration.
Is that like
it's a constitution
saving throw?
Yeah, constitution saving throw.
9 plus 6. 15.
So you make it. So Shield of Faith stays up. So now we get to turn 5. Back to straight rolls for it. That's going to be a 32 to hit this time.
Ooh, yeah, that hits.
Okay, slam attack. That's going to be 22 to hit this time. And I haven't been saying the type, but we're looking at bludgeoning damage on the slam attack. And then we're going... Oh, I got to see if that recharges too. Does not yet. And then the sword attack is another natural 1. So you're able to kind of focus on the sword and get the sword to stop from hitting you. But you do take the slam attack in trying to do so. It's your turn next.
Dodge stance.
Dodge stance, got it. Okay, anything else?
Nope.
The rest of the party starts hearing whispers. 5 rounds. He's gone longer than anybody else by an extra round. And now at this point, like excitement and like a small bit of cheering are starting to happen in the crowd, almost as if you're watching like a gladiator at an event or something. I want to ask the rest of the party, are you guys doing anything while this is happening at this point when Breck has gone farther than anybody else?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to hype everyone up, get them,
Okay.
like
Give me
trying
that
to get them to
that
cheer 'em on.
performance check. Yeah, give me that performance check.
Oh god. Of course, there it went. That's only going to be a 12.
12. Okay, so you do hype them up a bit. It's not a ton. They're like, get out of the way. We want to see. Go, go. So not as effective as you wanted, but it is hyping them up a little. Anybody else?
Can I take a look at the Ailing Immortals and see how they're receiving this information?
Ooh, they look. Go ahead and roll me an insight real quick.
Insight. 16.
16. Okay, they look a little nervous. They look real nervous.
Good.
Okay.
Can I do something?
Yeah, what do you got?
Can I do an insight to see if anyone is like a bit apprehensive about having to like face us later on? Like anybody's worried or scared?
Sure, yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
I'm here. Here you go, bud.
Hi.
22.
22. I would say roll me a d12 also, because it's hard to look at the whole room at once. It's not like an insight check gets you insight check on every single person in the room, but if you're scanning and looking for somebody that's worried, that would definitely play into that. What's a d12 look like?
It's a 12.
It's a 12. Okay, got it. Interesting the way that I was going to have it do that. In particular, the Jade Dancers are keeping a close eye because they do mostly combat, and you guys have heard that. Don't have a lot of casting ability in their party. So somebody who's able to stop that kind of combat stuff, like these hits are swinging at him, probably a little nervous about that.
Noted.
All right. With that, the golem is going to take its next turn. We're going to see if its pulse recharges. And the pulse is going to recharge this time. So it is going to move over a bit this way. There we go, 5, 10. Kind of stay in the same area. And with that, it is going to force you. It goes, charges up again. Breck, roll me another strength saving throw.
15 plus 8, 23? 23?
Yeah, that's plenty good. That's plenty good. So it's going to use its sword attack as a follow-up at disadvantage. And that's going to be a 24 to hit.
Oh, that does not hit.
Okay. And then it is back to your turn.
So just, have I seen anybody get knocked out of the ring?
Everybody has been knocked out, not knocked out of the ring.
Now, because I know they said getting knocked out of the ring would end it. Now, just for my sake, if I knock this thing out of the ring, is that possible? Or is that wall going to stop it?
You can certainly try.
And I'm at round 6.
You're at round 6 right now. You have survived 6 rounds at this point.
Oh,
like
okay.
you're so long as you live for this turn, you'll have survived 6 rounds.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and turn me toward him, and then I'm just gonna hang out in the dodge stance again.
Dodge stance? Okay, got it. All right, it's back to them in round 7. And that is going to be a 26 to hit.
I'm going to cast Shield.
Okay. Shield's up. Sword for the second. And that is going to be a 24 to hit.
That's not it.
Okay. What are you doing for your turn?
I'm gonna hang out in my dodge stance.
Okay. Let's see if that's not going to recharge yet. We're going back up to the top here. That is a couple of high rolls. We're looking at 28 on that one.
I'm gonna cast shield.
Okay.
Starting to notice a pattern.
And so is everybody in the crowd. And every time Brett casts shield to stop another one of the attacks, they and start screaming out in the crowd. And Brett, you hear these cheers every time you do it, and they are driving you onwards. That is another canceled natural 20, but we're looking at 28 to hit again.
With the shield on, it does not hit.
Okay. Next turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out in the dodge stance again.
Okay. I figured that was the case. This is going to recharge. Go ahead and it's going to use its pulse ability. Roll me a strength saving throw.
Oh, that's a natty 1. There it is.
That's a natty 1. Okay, so that time it's going to pull it into a space 5 feet away from it that is unoccupied. So you get pulled, and it kind of warps you around him and knocks you prone. He's going to then turn around and make his sword attack at a straight roll, because that's going to cancel out the disadvantage. And that one's a 32 to hit.
So, because of my aura of liberation, I cannot be grappled or restrained.
This is prone.
Is that a grapple or restraint? Okay.
No, no, that's not neither of those.
And what was that?
32 to hit.
Oh, that does hit.
Okay, so we are looking at that with the sword. 33 points of damage.
Ooh, that one hurt.
And everybody gets quiet in the crowd. Is he done? Is he down? They see that you're still breathing. Your turn. What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna stand up.
Half your movement to do so. Oh, also, roll me a Constitution saving throw. The DC this time is going to be 18.
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 makes it. You still have Shield of Faith up.
Can I do something in the crowd?
What are you doing?
I want to make my way over to the Jade Dancers.
Okay.
And just like casually like walk up with like still kind of like watching what Breck's doing.
Okay.
And just be like, wow, you should see it when he actually tries.
Roll me. Man, that's not a deception check because you're fucking right. Roll me a persuasion check. Roll me a persuasion check with that.
Okay.
So I can spend 5 feet of movement to automatically. Oh no, never mind. Sorry.
That's a 27 persuasion.
27. Okay, you don't know her name, but Sumina turns around and kind of stares daggers at you with a worried look.
Oh, I can glare back if she wants to do that.
And you do, I'm sure. Breck, how you looking?
I mean, I'm hurt. Definitely hurt.
What are you doing? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna spend half my movement to stand up and then wheel me around him.
Okay.
With the rest of it, I guess.
Got it.
And I'm gonna take the dodge stance.
Dodge stance it is. He's gonna turn around and swing at you. That's another natural 1 on disadvantage, so the slam isn't gonna hit. That one we are looking at a 26 to hit.
Shield. And I can use a second level spell slot for that, correct?
You can use a higher to do a lower spell, yes.
Oh, well, we can keep going with this all day, boys.
Doesn't recharge the prone. Dodge stance for your turn?
How many rounds is this?
This is the 10th round.
What's the highest level spell slot?
9.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Alright. I am going to break my concentration and do Channel Divinity, Fury of the Tides. Then I'm going to swing with my mace.
Okay.
Oh, that's a crit. Hell yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to shove him 10 feet back from me.
Is there an associated save?
I don't believe there is. Let's see. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can choose to push the target 10 feet away from you.
Oh,
this
shit.
lasts for 1 minute.
Yeah, so you do so. You push him back 10 feet, and everybody hears a... And they see the water coming out from your mace, push him back, and everybody else in the party hears audible gasp as they watch something unprecedented happening at this point. What else are you doing, Breck?
So I can use a bonus action, so run me at him and just like Shield Master shove.
Oh shit!
To knock him 5 feet back.
Go! It's all right. Shield Master shove. Let's do a shove here. That's gonna be athletics. It's gonna be versus its athletics. It's strong as fuck, but guess what? It doesn't have shove resistance. It only has magic resistance. So let's fucking roll this shit. I want to do a public roll for this one. Bragg, give me that athletics check. What do you got?
I got a 19.
That's a pretty good fucking roll.
Yeah, it's +8, so it could have been so much better.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. This thing has a 28 strength. It has a +9 to its strength.
Oh.
So if you got an 18, it needs to roll below a 9.
I got a 19.
You got a 19. Okay, then it needs to roll a 9 or lower to not make the save. So it's a little less than a 50% chance. Here we go. It does get an 18. So it's gonna get it does make it, and it's a total of like fucking 27. So you go to shove it, and it just you hear a ring out and look up, and it hasn't moved.
All right, that's fine. I'm gonna use my second attack with the mace.
I was about to say this dude's got a second attack.
Hey, we didn't roll damage, but I also don't think we need to, considering how many hit points this thing has.
That's a 19 to hit.
A 19 is gonna miss. It hits the armor of this thing and just rings out.
All right, that is the end of my turn.
Okay, we got straight rolls from here. Man, that's tough. So that's gonna be 32 to hit.
Oh, yep, that'll do her.
Okay, and then on this slam attack, we're looking at 26 points of damage.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
All right, so as it brings the slam attack down, you bring up your shield and it just pushes down and it hits your head and you fall back. But the crowd is quiet as they all are murmuring to each other what was just almost done. Not a survival, but a win. And the whispers of the dwarf who was able to withstand 3 times as long as anybody else begin in the crowd. Breck, as soon as you go down, you pop back up. There's a teleportation spell and a heal spell that triggers, and you pop up outside of the ring, 1 hit point.
I'll run down there to assist with the healing.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I do too.
And Breck, as you do that, there is a crowd around you that is patting you on the back, giving you just accolades and congratulations for what you just did. And as they're doing that, Drummond kind of looks over. He comes over as well and says, "Well, Captain Deep Delver, they'll want a nickname for the one who did that. What should we tell him?"
Oh, man. Yeah, you got me, man. Let them call me what they want. I'm here to win. That's all I care about.
And Drummond turns to the crowd and says, he turns to the crowd, grabs your hand and raises it up like in a boxing match and says, to the fuck, I said it backwards. To the dwarf of the deep who cannot be moved. And the crowd just erupts in applause. The orc comes back to the platform and says, "I believe we have another entrant."
No, you don't. Milo's just gonna like raise his hands and surrender and like kind of just put his head down and just shake. No, I don't need to do that.
It's like the Tri-Wizard tournament. He's like, I didn't put my name in.
I feel like kind of pointless now after that.
All right.
Just gonna make my way through the crowd and stiff arm people and make
right.
3rd level cure wounds.
Okay, got it. Okay, won't make you roll for broken nose again. All right. With that, with Bastion's Watch having created a name for themselves at this party, created stories of themselves, created a spectacle. As the congratulations, cheering, and revelry begins to die down, you all look over to see a very large dragonborn wearing silver armor that is easy to recognize as the platinum dragon Bahamut. On her chest, walking your direction. And that's where we're going to end the session for the day. So, thank you for everyone tuning in or watching the VOD afterwards. Thanks to the players. That was a great session, guys. And we will catch you back in 2 weeks for another one. Bye for now.